Do you hear me? Because this is the first time I'm hosting something with a mask, so I don't know if I'm articulate. Okay, are you feeling okay? Motivated? Ready? Yeah, oh, come on, a little bit louder. Are you feeling okay? Yes, that's right. So, welcome. As we always say, thank you for joining us in such a great number, but the numbers of people here should have been much greater, as you may know. But according to circumstances, we had to scale down this whole operation. But the next year, we really promise you to make a huge spectacle somewhere in Arena Zagreb and to gather all the people who deserve to be here with us today. So, big round of applause for them also, for the people who will be with us for the next conference. So now we have this fine, intimate crew of people, friends, professionals, and we're going to exchange experiences here. We're going to talk about some good examples of good practices. We're going to discuss about lots of things concerning social impact. And one thing that I would suggest to you is to be active, be loud, participate in discussions, in panels, in workshops, and take the most out of this conference. And at the end, I hope you'll have a good time here and a good laugh, especially during our fuck-up period, fuck-up night, fuck-up session, because this is really a dessert of the conference, so I think it will be really interesting and hilarious. So I'd like to present you our hosts, Entrepreneurial Center of Krapina Zagorje County in cooperation with World Business Angels Investment Forum Hrvatska, Croatia, and I'm inviting Ms. Romana Kerep from World Business Angel Investment Forum to join me on stage. Romana, please welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, go, please.
Hello, I want to greet everybody here today present with us in Krapina. I am representing World Business Angels Investment Forum Croatia country office, but the office is incorporated in the Entrepreneurial Center of Krapina Zagorje County, so I'm representing a very huge subject here. I'm also here for the host and for the organizer of this conference. Especially and additionally, I want to greet all the guests who are following us over the streaming on YouTube channel, and also our lecturers and participants of the panel discussion that are going to join us virtually later. At this moment, I want also to express my gratitude to all the partners that contributed to this conference, that joined forces with us, that we can manage to organize and to meet here today. As I said, some of our lecturers and participants couldn't come and be here live in Krapina. We would like to have them here, of course, we would be happier, but nevertheless, we tried to make the best out of the possibilities that were at the moment during the COVID crisis actual. So what we did is to have this smaller group of participants here and to combine them and integrate them with our virtual lecturers. And we upgraded everything technically so that everything is recorded and streamed live. So actually, we made the best out of it. We hope that we are following the same path like we were doing since the beginning of COVID time. I would like to remind some of our guests here today that already participated in some of our activities, like pre-acceleration Tech Boost program, that we also at the moment of starting the crisis managed to switch very quickly to program 100% to online version. So in fact, what was the result of that? We managed to fulfill the program. We had seven graduated startups, and also we have one of them which was the winner of the podium conference, and one of them was semi-finalist in Balkan Startup Unicorn Battle. So it is important today to stick to the plan, to adjust very quickly, to be flexible, and today it is a very important strength and benefit. And we are proceeding the same way today. We hope that we are going to make with this conference the same, that we are going to achieve our goals, that we are going to get great insights and great perspectives, and that we are going to have even more followers through our streaming that we would have if we had the planned version of the conference. I also am happy that we are today here in this new business tech building in Krapine. The building is opened late in summer, so it is really new and fresh. You can probably still smell that it is new and fresh, but not only that is fresh. Fresh is also our enthusiasm. Not only to have a building, to have a great infrastructure and physical infrastructure for entrepreneurs. When the project participants were planning this incubator project, they wanted to make most of it, they wanted to achieve greater goals than only to have building. They wanted it to become a hotspot of entrepreneurship, of the entrepreneurial idea, and they wanted that entrepreneurial topics are going to be spread from here, that the network of entrepreneurs, which is efficient and successful, is built here in this centrum, and that we find all the best resources to help to entrepreneurs to develop and to go to the market and to be successful. With this conference today, we show that we are really sticking to the plan, and I dare to say that we are today hotspot of entrepreneurial activity in the region, and that we managed to connect the region with the world. We here brought together startups, experts. We brought also experienced entrepreneurs, important stakeholders of the ecosystem, and we are gathered around very important topic, social impact. Why is it important? We could ask ourselves some questions that are really actual. Are we facing this pandemic reality because we don't care about the sustainability of entrepreneurship? How can a business grow in this time of COVID-19 crisis and respect also society and nature? Is it possible to grow? How can we balance efficiently all the 3 Ps, planet, people, and profit? Is that possible at all? So all these questions are here. We are invited to make a retrospective about, do we have some possibilities to make social impact? And we could ask ourselves, are we really obliged to do so? So I'm inviting you to enjoy the conference, to have wonderful insights, and to have good takeaways with you. Have fun and have good time.
Thank you, Romana. Very interesting topics and subject. It's going to be a very interesting afternoon and part of the evening together. So first, we'd like to thank our partners for their support. That's Krapinsko-Zagorska Županija, Erste & Steiermärkische banka, Social Business Club Styria, School of Management Bled, Mrežni podjetniški inkubator Rogaška Slatina, Zagorska razvojna agencija, Poslovno-tehnološki inkubator i Regionalna energetska agencija Sjeverozapadne Hrvatske i grad Krapina. One applause for our partners and thank you for your support. And just saying this as a part of this organizational team, I'm really sorry for all the paperwork you have to do and all these paper forms you have to fill in, but this is kind of new normal thing now, and we have to do it. All this measuring temperature, I'm really sorry for inconvenience, but this is how the things will work from today on till we realize some new solutions. So, our first lecturer of today's conference is Renata Brkić from Feels Good Capital Partners. Her main goal is to show us how to measure companies' positive and negative social and environmental aspects and impacts on society. This is a very important subject and very important concept of 21st century. So Renata, please join me on stage. One big warm welcome for you.
Thank you, and hello everybody. Until he fixes it, I will just present myself. I'm Renata Brkić, I'm Croatian, and I have been an impact entrepreneur for many years in the past decade. I'm also an impact investor. My main impact entrepreneurship consists of reviving the Croatian cultural heritage brand Professor Baltazar and launching it globally. And on the way of doing it, I have started to invest in many startups, in many projects that have to do with the brand. And this is how, with the involvement of impact investing in Europe, it happened that together with my partners, we have just designed the first social impact fund, venture fund for this region here, for Croatia and Slovenia, and this feels good. And now you were supposed to see the first page of my presentation. Okay, this was linked to what I have told you about myself. I also serve as the WBNF High Commissioner for Croatia. WBNF is the international network of the investors from early stage to the mature stage, and actually an organization that is striving to foster entrepreneurial ecosystem in the world and to push the governments to transform as much as possible public money into the smart money, which means to put it in the entrepreneurship. I will now remove the mask because there are 3 meters from me to the first participants. I would also like to greet you everybody, and especially our guests and participants who are watching the online streaming. They are from all over the world because through the organization we have announced the conference, and I know Sebahat is watching from Bahrain, for example, so it's endless. I will talk about impact measurement, but we cannot start the social impact and impact conference only with the measurement. We need to tell about the impact. So I have produced material around 20 slides for you, because the main participants of the conference are the tech startups who underwent the acceleration in the first half of this year. And the aim of this conference is maybe to help them how to embed impact in their business, or how to recognize it. In these 20 slides, I have produced a cookbook for you. I have just put some definitions that you should see, may think about them. I will elaborate them, but also some things that you are then supposed to Google after this conference and see your interest. So here is a definition of impact, what it would be. So it's a measure of a company's benefit to people and planet. It means, so it's the difference between impact and corporate social responsibility is that when you are doing an impactful business and impactful action, you actually it's not only that you don't harm, but you also intentionally do good. There are 2 components of social impact. We are talking about social and environmental impact. Social impact actually touches the person, every individual. The people are in the focus, and the environmental impact cares about the planet and about the climate and everything there. There is also another term which I didn't put it here, and you can always find it. It is ESG. ESG is an abbreviation for environmental, social, and governance. And these are the standards actually that socially conscious investors are using to screen the investments and when they watch at the factories. So this would be like on the definitions. There are thousands of definitions, but these are the two ones that I believe in. How did it evolve? I will just talk about the past shortly, and to explain and to support the thesis that we are at the era of the impact revolution now in this century. What happened in the past 100 years, the big economic crisis in 29, showed that some management of risk was needed, and there were no accounting per se at that time. And after this industrial revolution, the accounting standards were put together and were somehow set. What happened so until then, and after the Second World War in the 50s and 60s, the recoveries and all of that, there were banks, there were loans, there was risk, there was some risk measurement, and these practices evolved. But the technological revolution in the 70s and 80s and 90s of the last century needed more capital, needed a risk-averse capital. So, and this is where the venture industry comes in. So the birth of the venture funds and of the risk capital dates from the 70s and 80s and 90s. So this is when this was growing a lot, and this pushed the technological revolution. This is when the Silicon Valley emerged, and all of these the companies that are today the huge companies, or the huge global companies. They could do it because of the venture capital, and venture investments were boosting actually this technological revolution. So this tech revolution created incredible wealth and also many social benefits, but also huge social and environmental problems that emerged. The gap between poor and rich has widened, and the consumption, the never-ending consumption of the natural resources raised global temperatures, and leading to the loss of wildlife and flooding and the destruction of biodiversity and all of that, which actually influenced our life, and what we are facing now with the COVID crisis. There were people who were venture capitalists mostly in the United States and the UK. These were the leading countries, and when they actually, some of them, a group of them, and some individuals, when they ended up with a lot of money and these problems in the end of the 90s, they were starting to think about the purpose of their values, and they were starting to think about giving back as important aspect of their values. So some individuals and organizations started to be encouraged with the ideas to return to the society and to influence all the 3 Ps again: people, planet, and profit, so that it makes sense that not just making money is the only purpose of the business. This is a little history. I will just glance through it. So one of there were many, but I have just put here the examples. You may Google and look in more depth from and the history, how it parallelly evolved from the UK and the USA. So Bridges Management Fund was the first fund put together in the UK, and in 2002 with the aim to invest in the companies in the 25% of the poorest areas of Great Britain to improve the lives of the UK most vulnerable population. When they were designing it, Sir Ronald Cohen was the founder. When they were designing it, they actually advocated with the traditional investors they were predicting like 10 to 12% annual return, but the result after 18 years from this year is that actually their average net annual return was 17% through these 18 years, and they have touched like 1.3 million quality care, household quality care. They have improved the healthcare services and provided the healthcare services to 40,000 people, averted more than 30,000 tons of carbon emissions, and they directly opened 2,600 jobs and helped more than 10,000 children in that areas reach better education. So, and this proved to be successful. These were people who were wealthy in business, but also strong in politics. And because to push an idea like that, you need the support from the politics, and they were advocating. So one of the first result was in 2005, when the British government, in Britain the legislation was passed on CIC. This is CIC's community interest companies. This is for the first time in history where you in legislation see something called social company and in the legislation. This happened in parallel also in the USA. But not in parallel, but in 2010. So there, this is the same thing. The benefit corporation as the new corporate form in the US happened in 2010. B-Lab USA, this is an NGO. This NGO is actually certifying the companies and certifying the companies on the impact they are doing. They started from the USA, and they are like they're active ever since. They even have their own method of the measurement. So this is one of the big moments. Social Finance UK in 2007 is like is the advisory firm that was born from this Bridges Fund Management, and that continue lobbying with the governments. And the first result was this from 2008, Commission on Unclaimed Assets. What does it mean? It means that for the first time in the world, the government has realized, and somebody have reported it to them, and they have legislated that the dormant accounts of people, dormant account is an account from which the owner is separated for a long period of time, the dormant accounts would be all collected and turned into the smart money. And they have mobilized a lot of capital through this action, and this is like a recipe for the governments throughout the world today, and this is what people who are in impact are lobbying to. First social impact bonds social impact bond was established in 2009. The name was Peterborough Social Impact Bond. What is the Social Impact Bond? It is an investment instrument where there are three parties involved. One is the provider of the service. It can be it's a company or it's an organization who does the job. The other one is the investor, someone who invests the money in that public need. And the third one is usually the government or the outcome payer, the one who pays. What does it mean? It means that if you have a business that that touches many people and improves their life, and you earn by doing this business, you also reduce the cost from the government of dealing with these people. So the Petersburg Social Impact Bond was meant for the people who came out of the prison and their resocialization. So the agenda behind was that the team actually calculated how much the ex-prisoner costs the society. First, how much is his cost while staying in prison, for the food, for the non-contributing to the economy, and for everything else. And another one, what if he comes back and if he doesn't gets back to the society in a decent way? Many of them were coming back to prison and to the same. So who were the companies and the service providers? These were the NGOs. All of the NGOs who normally deal with such social problems. But the problem with the NGOs is that they are financed limited. They receive the limited finance from the government, and they have money to work for 1 year, then there is a break, then maybe another one. So depending on how efficient they are in fundraising and in which country they operate, they can do the impact. So they can't do the impact, they just do the good things. But they were like the service providers. The investors were the normal institutional investors from the UK, like the pension funds and the banks, and the service provider, the outcome payer was the government. After the project ended, and this was a successful social impact bond project, after it ended, the bottom line and the point is that the savings are bigger than the investment, and this is the difference on which this investor makes a return, and on the other side the good is done. Big Society Capital 2012, very important year. It is the first investment bank for social impact and measuring impact, not just risk and return, but also not just risk, but also the return. And this bank has been actually launched in April 2012 at the London Stock Exchange by David Cameron, and with the assets of 60 million pounds. Today they are more than 1 billion, and this is like the beginning from there. And then some countries followed the way. The countries that followed were Portugal in Europe, Netherlands, France very much, and some not even today. So we can't talk about impact and impact investment in terms of from this geography here, but I just wanted to give you the scene of the global movement, and so that you, as entrepreneurs, once you design your businesses, that you think about this and that you incorporate it also, and see that there is a potential, and that there is a lot of money for impact investment globally, and also hopefully coming to Croatia also here now. But the biggest push were these UN Sustainable Goals. What happened in 2015? This picture you have all seen. These are 17 goals. 17 areas that the world leaders around the globe set together, and under the umbrella of the UN, they agreed that these are the 17 areas on which the society and all the people, the people in the world we should all work on in order to make the world a better place by 2030. So the agenda is for 15 years. We are 1/3 is behind us. A lot has happened. A lot of, I would say, awareness raising successfully happened. But from the practice, I can see that only now we can see the top of the mountain out of the water, and that we should harvest in the next 10 years in order to come to the goals. These areas are in Croatian, they are called ciljevi održivog razvoja. You can also see the translations if you Google it in Croatian. It's about no poverty, no hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, renewable energy, good jobs and economic growth, innovation in infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace and justice, and partnership for the goals. So almost everything, our whole life is somehow suppressed in these 17 themes. And it's a nice movement, and it's a good thing that people have put it together. The calculation is that these SDGs would require an additional 30 trillion of investments if we would reach to those goals in 2030. We need to find 30 trillion, which means biljuna in Croatian, investments over the next decade. Where are we going to find that money and from where the money will come? I will tell you later when we come to the size of the market. This was another milestone, and this Blackrock is the biggest investment firm in the world, investment manager actually, an asset company, and Larry Fink is the CEO. And for the first time in his statement for 2019, he addressed the companies in which the Blackrock invests, that they should consider serving a social purpose, and they could not allow themselves anymore in business to pile money and do the harm on the other side without reflecting on it and without compromising the two. So he asked them to consider doing a positive contribution to society, and they need to do it because otherwise they will risk to disappoint the largest asset manager in the world. And of course, when investors talk, businesses listen. The big portfolio of Blackrock was in the oil extraction, in mining, and these are all the dirty industries. And they really had the results after the 2 years, the measurable results, where, interesting to say, in this statement of 2018, he was pushing for both social and environmental impact, but his statement for this year only focuses on environmental. Somewhere the social has disappeared. And just let me see. No, okay. Before we come to the investment market size, just another reflection with concrete examples. The idea with impact investing and with these big shifting money to impact investments is they're dreaming about impact unicorns, and why not have the impact unicorn? What is the unicorn? Unicorn is a company valuated at more than $1 billion. What would be an impact unicorn? An impact unicorn would be the same company, net worth valuated at $1 billion, but also touching the 1 billion lives for good in any way. Everybody, every industry and every company and every business and entrepreneur should think for himself what is the way how to touch the companies. Well, they say to date, the best known impact entrepreneur is Elon Musk. Is he or is he not? As per his results on Tesla, he is. He's touching environmental impact because according to his most recent impact report, this company has sold more than 550,000 electric vehicles, which have driven among themselves more than 12 billion kilometers. And when you calculate it, when you translate it, it translates to the saving of 4 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emission. So the savings, as opposed to those compared to the internal combustion engine vehicles. How this was calculated, there is a commonly accepted cost of the environment of $300 per metric tons. And when you put it all in the calculation, what they did in their impact report, and here we are already starting thinking about the impact measurement, this equates to 1.2 billion of avoided environmental damage. He's known to everybody, Tesla is known to everybody, and Elon Musk, that's why I chose this example. So that you can, and what the message that is also very important is that regular profitable businesses are this is the precondition that you can become an impact business. Otherwise, you are an NGO or a service provider, because there is a misunderstanding still in the legislation, in Europe, in Croatia, in the impact conferences, on the definition of the social company. What is the social company? Social company is supposed to make profit or just do good. You cannot do good if you have no money. You need to earn the money first and make a profitable business in order that you can then improve the world. So yes, Elon Musk is an impact entrepreneur, as per this definition. Some others, I will give you 3 more examples of the impact unicorns. For example, in 2016, the startup dealing with drones, they were actually thinking of, once they have developed the product, they were thinking of how to mobilize them and how to boost the sales. And of course, where the drones go, they go there where the logistics breaks. And it was in the mountains of Africa, in Rwanda, where the cost of transportation, and it was impossible to do it in the short term. And their first trigger was when there was a need for the fresh blood for a girl in a hospital, which they put on the drone and transported to the hospital in Kigali. And this is from where their business started. They completely switched to moving to solving the logistics problems of the medical supplies in the whole of the Central Africa. And they have become a unicorn today. They have already closed 2 rounds after 2016 of like $200 million each. They of course spread to Asia and to the United States. So from Africa, from Rwanda, so it can be done from Croatia as well. Then this company is Zipline, if you want to see more about them. Then you have another great example, and this is the company from Israel. They are Orcam. These were actually, and what is interesting in this impact uniform, that they were traditional businesses first, and then they were successful, and then they built on the impact. So these guys from Israel, they actually developed driverless cars, and they were working on the project, and they sold out that business. They exited from it. And from all that they learned and experienced by designing the driverless cars, they were using like technology, using camera, computing, machine learning, and deep networks to process visual information in order to help the blind. So their product is called My Eye 2. And it's a small device that you put on the top of your finger, and because of the mix of all of the technology and their experiences, this device can read. It can read printed text, can read banknotes, can read barcodes, and like this billboards. So they enable the blind to become self-sustainable. So for the first time, the people could go vote on their own, or go shopping, or go to the bank on their own. And this was it. Then another one, also from Africa. These global examples usually emerge from Africa because this is where the need is huge and where they need everything. And whatever improvement you make, you touch a lot of people and you get a big market, and you can make big numbers out of the millions of small numbers. They are not fast big numbers that you do here in the Europe or in the Western world. But these are the areas. So the one more example, for example, in Nigeria, there was a lady who started to tap brilliance among the math teachers. It has to do with the science communication and popularization. And the math teachers would be giving lessons to kids in the towns. And the company was about to use and to screen them and to put them in the acceleration programs, and to see the acceleration programs that comprised of the coding and like social skills. And these young people, whoever, 10 out of 100 of them who went through the program, would then be embedded in the big companies. And then the company was growing, having subsidiaries in the Western world, more or less in the big global companies. And this company actually made a lot of money on digging out the talent from the STEM talent from Africa and embedding them in the global corporations. Lately, the last round, they are above billion, long time already. So the latest round was, now they were swallowed by Facebook at the end. And but they did good, a lot of good in Africa for 10 years. So these are like examples of individual entrepreneurs or startups, but many global companies are also now. When I use this headline like Impact Revolution, actually I really want to do it in support of the thesis that everybody is thinking impact now, and that you cannot afford anymore doing the business just for money and leaving the mess behind you. And the big firms are also doing it. So Coca-Cola is reducing the sugar content of its drinks. Nestle is reducing the salt and sugar level in the products. Mars is launching new bars that are healthy. Nike is using recycled material in their apparel. Adidas, if you remember, last year they launched Xperly. This is the line from the recycled ocean plastic. They even sold 6 million pairs in 2018. Now they are working on the Loop. You can, if you haven't heard, have a look at the Loop. Loop is the new Adidas shoe that is completely reusable and recyclable. So it means the whole life you can have the same shoes, you just send it back to Adidas for recycling. They say that they will be ready for sale in the spring next year. Lego is developing sustainable bricks, for example, that are made from the plant-based plastics, and so on and so on. There are many examples, and the territory is uncharted, and there is the creativity is needed, but the leaps are big. These are the leaps. So this is the global impact investment market size. From 2017, it was 230 billion. And you see how it doubled in 2018. In 19 already it reached the first trillion, and today's the estimated investors' demand for the impact investments by the IFC. IFC is the International Finance Corporation, the subsidiary of the World Bank, the World Authority for these calculations is at 26 trillion again. So 50 times exponential growth. So from where will this money come? It will come from the governments and from the institutional investors, from the pension funds, and much is being done. Again, there are leading countries in lobbying with the pension funds to shift part of their portfolio in the impact investors, even into the impact investments, even to discuss with their end users if they would prefer whatever focus groups were made, how this was achieved. Of course, everybody would love that their money is invested in good things. So pension funds are here, and also the world largest asset managers as this Blackrock and JP Morgan and all of them. So, but also the millennials. Millennials are the very strong power. Because they are conscious, they want to choose. They don't respect the authorities as we did maybe 20 years ago when we were their age. And they want to know on what they spend their money. And they want to know in which companies they work. And they are... there's a lot of them, and they are the first generation that is inheriting a lot of money because they are the children of the these baby boom parents. And the baby boom parents are actually the generation of people who had babies at the end, in the second half of the last and beginning of this century, and these are the people who are of the the majority of the people of the high personal wealth. They were, for the first time in the world's history, there was a chance for many people to bring to achieve a high personal wealth, and this is what these millennials are inheriting. So they are these are like the resources, and they will probably design the future and the future of investing. Of course, this money cannot only come from the institutional investors and from the governments and from the philanthropy. Philanthropy is just a little surplus. Philanthropy is also like a surplus of money that is given back to the society. How does a foundation work? Foundation has a 100% money to manage, and then they invest 90% manage in something that is not impacting anything because they need to make more money on the investments in order then to give this surplus, the 10% for the good cause. So now the question is it a good cause when you when you invest 90% in a traditional way, not thinking about the impact, and then to give the surplus and do that impact? How? To forget dreaming about Silicon Valley, New York's and Geneva's and Sweden's, but to start seeing the big markets where there are many people, and by start inventing businesses and solving problems of many people and do it on a large scale. So just to put this 30 trillion into perspective, it means that the global investment pool in the world is estimated at 2015 trillion. So there is space. This is just that you get impression on that. So there is a lot of money out for the impact investments, but why would somebody invest in your company? How are you going to prove the impact? This is where we come now. And we come to the impact measurement. Sorry, it took me long, but I felt the introduction is needed. This is the difference between impact and traditional investing. So the goal of the traditional investor was to make money. I would say was to make money. The impact investor, on top of making money, intentionally wants to do good. Non-financial impact for a traditional investor is a side effect, but not necessarily needed. If there is some, then they say, oh, we are corporate social responsible company. But impact investor and impact investing firms, they want that impact is done intentionally, that it's incorporated in the design of the business. Traditional investing was measuring risk. Now we are measuring in impact investing, we are measuring risk and return. So risk is related to earning, how much money we make, but return is but in impact investing we also measure the cost we reduce and the benefits we produce, and we give them the monetary value. So impact measurement in traditional investing is not important, while in the impact investment, of course, is planned. So to change the behavior of investors and companies, it is important that we measure these companies' positive and negative social and environmental impacts in order that it is easily understood by everyone. There are thousands of methods I will show you on the next slide. And as I said, it's an uncharted territory, but the open territory, because many brands in the world are designing formulas and the ways on how to measure impact. There are very many good ones, and the important is that the move has been on since maybe 15 years ago already, as this was growing. But this is needed in order to show to investor the numbers, and because this basic principle is that you can't manage what you don't measure, and they need to understand it easily. I will give you just a simple example of the impact measurement and of awareness raising when in 2008 the air in Beijing was very much polluted, and there was the American embassy, and the ambassador at that time was, I mean, everybody was upset about it, and they decided to put the sensors for air pollution on the top of the embassy, and the sensors would be tweeting the information in real time on how polluted the air is. After 5 years, due to that, the government has changed the practice of hiding and of not paying attention on the air pollution, and the new legislation in China was out in 2013. Because it was visible, it was measured, and it was easily understood. What does it mean, measuring impact? To measure impact means to give monetary value to the social and environmental impacts created by businesses, to somehow transform these results into the money that can, if possible, be applied in the balance sheets and in the profit and loss accounts. There are currently over 150 different impact assessments efforts across the world. I have just listed it here for you if you want to discover in depth. I will not read them out here, but they are all having their own methods. But I wanted to show you this one. This is my favorite, and maybe it's not the best, but this is the one that I see the future in. For me, it's one of the most promising efforts to galvanize such an important approach to impact measurement. It's Impact Weighted Accounts Initiative. New one incubated at Harvard Business School last year. And normally these teams are put together by different brains, by the traditional investors, practitioners, social entrepreneurs, academics is very important. It always, of course, it all comes out of the academia to be reliable. And this is what we are working it. So this was launched last year. And actually, to arrive at that impact-weighted accounts, it is necessary to give the monetary value to the social and environmental impacts in the business. So it is building a framework for financial accounts that integrate the impact that the company creates. So by applying these impact coefficients to the various lines of company's profit and loss statements, like sales, employment cost, cost of goods sold. So you don't just have these costs, but you also have the benefits, the plus and minus. And similarly, in the balance sheet, you apply the coefficient on the asset of the company. How are the coefficients decided on and upon? Actually, the idea is that there is an impact accounting board in the company who decides on the coefficients, and that they sit together in the accounting with the accounting practices, and that that the balance sheets and the profits and loss accounts are like balanced and incorporated and have the both sides. Everybody is working on it. The world is working on it. The big fours are working on it. The accounting industry is working on it. The legislation is yet to come, but it will come once. And once it comes, what is important is that this is happening, and the companies are getting the message that it is happening, and that they know that in a year, 3, 2, or maybe 30, their result will be screened in that way. So just this being aware of it makes them start thinking today of repositioning themselves and working on different strategies to actually yield the impact. This was just a sentence for you. And here is the one example of impact-weighted account, what they do. So here we have the sales of PepsiCo and Coca-Cola from 2018, where PepsiCo sold much more, $64 billion, and Cola, $31 billion. Then there was a measure, they were measuring the total estimated annual environmental cost of each of the company, where it was less in PepsiCo and more in Coca-Cola. These abbreviations were done by me. They are not official abbreviation, but there is a translation here. So lots of environmental cost from these bottling companies comes from how efficiently they use the water and how they handle the water. So Coca-Cola was not handling it well, and they consumed and spent about 3 times more water than PepsiCo in 2018, but they produced much less, half less amount of products. So their efficiency is the efficiency of PepsiCo was better. So this total estimated annual environmental cost, you decrease this number. So PepsiCo's result was 64 minus 1.8, and Cola's result was 31 minus 3.7. This is how the impact investor would look at these two results. Here is the oil industry again. With their revenues and their total estimated annual environmental cost that comes out of their operations, how they dig and handle oil. And it was, you divide the environmental cost with the sales here, and you get to the environmental intensity, and here it shows that revenue is corrected by what you are, how you are handling your business, right or wrong, in these terms. From the food company, one example, and it's General Mills. General Mills is a USA global company for food, like Nestle or Podravka. So this was done also in 2018. For them, they had 619 million revenue from the products with the whole grain content, and but also they earned 639 million cost from the products that have trans fat content, and the difference would be 59. How did they come to that? So the three elements were taken into consideration: the whole grain and trans fat content of companies' products, the company sales data, and the recommended levels of annual individual consumption. So assuming that the consumption of whole grain is associated with 17% decrease in risk of developing coronary heart disease, the consumption of trans fat is again associated with 23% increase of the risk of developing the coronary heart disease, and the prevalence of the disease in the USA is 0.23. The medical and productivity costs associated with coronary heart disease can be used to identify this net value created by General Mills. This is how they have come to the calculation that General Mills their numbers should be corrected by $59 million of net positive impact in addition. Yes, it seems all like still very fresh, and as I said, for the first time they are uncharted territory, but these are the examples, and these are the efforts people are making how to measure it. These three examples were global examples on the listed companies published, where the teams can play with the numbers, and this is how they come to it. These are the calculations done by the Impact Weighted Account Initiative. But how do we measure impact here? I don't know if you can read, but it doesn't matter. These are the three last slides are the three examples from the Croatian startups that we in Feelsgood are considering to invest in, and we have done the exercise with them in the past year or two, and we have tried to identify the social impact indicators and the way how we will do the impact measurement on their businesses. And these three slides you will also receive at the workshop that we will do at the end of the day today. And according to them, we will do the training and try to apply it and have an exercise on your businesses later. I think I've been 51 minutes, and I would like to thank you, and I'm here for any questions and comments, and that's it. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Many.
Please don't be shy. We all know each other, although we don't recognize each other.
Yeah.
So you are covered by a mask.
But now there are more lecturers, and
Okay.
now we will elaborate on the topic. I was the first, so I wanted to give the full picture and tell you as many this information.
Can I use the opportunity just to ask one question? How quickly, I will remove the
Yeah.
How quickly do you think the new measurements, the one that you showed that could be introduced to GAP or to any kind of reporting, will take, let's say, a pace? Because we see daily that people in Stanford or Harvard, they invent those formulas, but this one has, I would say, more impact load than the ones that are usually used only in theory cases written in study cases by scientists. Do you think it will go faster than usual, and it will become
the
a
world
standard?
is the standard accounting principles have been developed through the 100 years in the last century. So the world is faster today. So we hope we won't need one more 100. We will not use the full century. But I've been in this topic for the past 10 years. And I can witness from, I'm not an academic and I'm not like the banker or the big investor. I'm not from this. I was there as an entrepreneur, and I could see nothing in 2010, 11, 12, not because I was in Croatia, but in the surroundings in Europe. As of 15, it just jumped out. Today, 5 years later, everybody is talking impact. So I think this was the era of we are still in the era of the awareness raising, and but the push is needed from the governments and from the big boys that it happens faster. So I think by 2030 we should be very close to or we won't be. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hope the big boys are listening now and that they know what they should do. Thank you very much for this inspiring lecture and your inspiring examples, especially this with Rwanda. If Rwanda can, then Croatia can as well. That's the spirit. Yeah, one big round of applause again for you. Now I'd like to introduce you to our next lecturer. His name is, it's a little bit difficult to pronounce, I hope I'll do it right, Rüdiger Wetzel-Piewald, Managing Director of Social Business Club Styria. His topic is about making social impact. That's the main topic of the whole conference, but his question is why. Why it is important to make a business structure to make a world a better place. So Mr. Rüdiger, here. Welcome.
Thanks a lot. I've got the luxury to hold a short lecture, so I can take that off for you. Yeah, you've got a minute. Because business is supposed to make fun, right? It's very important. Maybe you can join me having a little fun standing up all together. Come on, come on. I keep my distance. And it's a very COVID-19 agreeable exercise we're going to do, so please have a little room around yourself. Yeah, at least very good. And who of you has been to Estonia actually, by the way? Estonia, oh nice. Almost name. No one? No one? Never been there? It's next to Lithuania, another one, you know it? Okay, but you know what I'm talking about? Yeah?
No.
You have? I'm sure people told you the special trick about how to spell Estonia.
I don't think so.
They didn't. They didn't show you.
No.
Because Estonia, believe it or not, is the only country in the world which you can actually show with your whole body. So where would you start? Could you stand like that, like me? Good, good. I will show it once, and you can do it with me, yeah? All of you, please. You start with an S. It's an S tone, yeah. S. Toe. Go down, go down. It's the knee. And it's the I. It's S, toe, knee, I. So, 3 times, everyone really quickly, yeah? 1, 2, 3, let's go. S, toe, knee, I. S, toe, knee, I. S, toe, knee, once again. S, toe, knee, I. Thanks a lot. It is some fresh air. I don't need my slides, but I'm going to show you. What I do need, though, is this one. Does it work?
No, on PDF it won't work.
It does, it does. Go to the presentation mode, it does work. I'm coming from IT, I say it works. And the most important thing in IT, you know, have to try to turn it off and on again. Because we're going to try. Presentation mode, that's important.
We need to put it from the Explorer.
Yeah, as you wish. Anyway, I'm just going to start. Social business is actually my core thing, my core business. Though the whole presentation is not about core business, social business, because most of you would say, well, that's not my cup of tea, right? Maybe it is, maybe not. But there's one great thing about social impact and social business. It's actually possible to introduce it to every kind of business, to every kind of industry, whatever it is. Because the topic always fits if you want it to fit. So people say it's a social romance for dreamers, saving the world with good economy. I'm not sure. We heard a nice people planet profit expression, which I think we can believe in. It makes sense to combine those. Is social business typical cliche, yeah? In Austria, where I'm from Graz, you have two options in life on a business way. There's the thing you make money with, and then, there's the thing you make money with, and the second thing is what you have fun in life. You never put those together, right? But it's possible. Look.
There you go.
And look at that. Yeah. It's working with the pointer. I know it. Great. Yeah, I'm just moving around. It's easier probably for me. Good. So, who am I, by the way? Yeah. My name is Rudy. It's much easier to spell it Rudy. Yeah, just keep it like it. Yeah. You believe when I was in Argentina, my first name was Austria. They didn't get it. Yeah, anyway. So actually, I'm coming directly from the field originally. So I'm the founder of the Konferencija, as it's called. It's a social business from Graz, Austria. If you check out the website of the second one, Social Business Cafeteria, it says actually it's one of Central Europe's most excellent ventures. Now that's really mean to say because it's actually a translation mistake. It's supposed to be one of Central Europe's most awarded ones, and this is true actually. I think we won all those awards you can find somewhere, all those sustainability awards, and I can tell you it doesn't make any difference if you don't mean it. There's a very nice quote of Billy Wilder, the film director, about awards. Please don't Google it now because whoever does it will have a wide laugh and never know who it is. But you can do it later. So my role, I had been the CEO and for 8 years. And what I managed to do, I did one of the very first social business exits in Austria. Yeah, that's possible to have social business and an exit. That does work. And today, for about 2 years now, I'm the director of the Social Business Club Styria. Styria, you know, everyone knows Graz in the room, I guess. Styria is the region around. Very beautiful. Those of you who haven't been there, go there. It's like Croatia. People just speak German, but that's okay. And it's great wine. Good. So I'm director of the Social Business Club Styria, which is an organization for social entrepreneurship, social business, social impact, and all around it. And I'm also the board member of the Social Entrepreneurship Network Austria, which is actually the national body to represent social entrepreneurship. So everything I'm telling you here is very close to the field. It's really It's theory as well, which is necessary, but mostly it's coming directly from practice and experience, which I think is also very important because if you're in the field and you have your own venture, your own startup, your own company, I had a nice talk before, you're every day outside of your comfort zone, which is, which is not always funny. And this is, by the way, what we call the Social Business Club, the comfort zone for socially oriented business. If you would have, if you want to connect in any way, you see all that stuff or you approach me later. And this was, sorry, not the last time I'm gonna be naughty because I have 2 questions for you. Also in front of the screens, by the way. I've got 2 questions and it's mean questions. And the first question is, how many registered companies do we have in Croatia actually? And just tell right away if you have a guess. 30,000? Okay, next one. Everyone who is registered officially as a company. 400,000. Wow, that's a different number. Okay. Come on, some more. You can't be wrong. And you can be right, but it's hardly possible. Someone, come. We have 30,000 and 400,000. 150,000. Okay, 150,000. And one more, please. 279,000. That's very exact, and it's definitely wrong. Don't worry. don't worry. It's not about who is smarter here. It's an experiment. And the second one, which is probably more important, if you take all those companies, I'm showing you later how many it is actually. If you take all those in a percentage of 100%, how many of them actually are the so-called corporates, the large companies? I think it's the same in Croatia. If you have more than 250 employees, you're a large company, yes? If you're a so-called small or medium enterprise, you have between 11, or actually 10, to 249, it's getting complicated, employees. How many percentage is those? And how many of them are so-called micro companies, 1 to 10 employees? Please, give it a guess. I have only 45 minutes.
Okay, it's about 90% micro.
Okay.
It's about 10% SMEs, and it's less than 1%.
Oh, all right. So
They're somewhere.
good, good, good. Okay. Someone else?
She's correct.
Yeah, she's correct.
That's it.
Wow. How would you know that? Okay. You would be the first. Just to know, I'm doing a lot of presentations in many countries and always asking those questions, and it's never ever been correct. So if you're the first one, you get some.
Less than 1%.
Yeah, oh yeah, you get a cup of coffee, all of you, if you have the same. I think it's wrong though. No, you're very close. Okay, I'm going to show you. So this is the freshest numbers I got from the union. You have 150,000 companies. Please an applause for her, please. This is. And the second one, exactly. This is very interesting. So let me check that if that's correct. Yeah. Not really. It's actually I have a pointer here, right? It's 0.2% corporates. 0.2%. Why I'm asking you that? I'm showing you later. And then going up, it's actually, it's not 10%. Sorry, it's 6.8%. But it's a very, very, very educated guess. I get very different numbers normally. Yeah? I got always 10, 20, 30% corporates, and 80%. Sorry? You're reading the wrong house. Do I? Sorry. Yeah. Okay, it's 8.7. Let's meet in the middle. Right. Sorry. Thanks.
It's 8.7 plus 1.2 because you have to add small and medium.
I do that.
So I'm only 1% wrong.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, this is perfect. No, this is really, really perfect. What is important is actually there are so many micros. Yeah, there's so many micros, and I'm talking. It's obviously not all the employees in the micros, and it's not all the economic power in the micros. But I tell you one thing, which is so important: each and every one of those 150,000 could be even one-person company. Doesn't matter. Each and every one has its own decision line, has its own innovation line, has its own way to approach the market. There are 150,000 different companies out there. And if we talk about the social impact here, it's very important to see that the real innovation power is mainly coming from the very small ones. Yeah? Why I'm saying that? I'm not so familiar with Croatian newspapers or media, but what I'm quite sure about, most people actually have the impression that the economy is actually happening in the corporate world, which is part of the economy, but it's not it. Yeah? If you go out there, most people starting in school learning actually the whole company thing, this is far too big for me. I don't want to become an entrepreneur. This is something, this is for the big boss thing and all that stuff. Well, it's not at all. It's not at all. So it's very important to encourage people to become entrepreneurs, because if you want to change the world, even to the better, which is the one thing why I'm standing here as well, is that you actually need to start it. And if you start it as an entrepreneur, it's a very good way to start it. It's a very rewarding way. It's a very hard way, by the way, but that's business. So it's actually the micros who actually not saving the world. I always say social entrepreneurship is not saving the world, but it's showing how to do it. It's all those pioneers go around starting it. Don't. My mother thought to me, I'm going to start to be an entrepreneur socialist. She says, yeah, you look for wouldn't you like to go for a real job, right? A lot of people actually hear that. Not even all those entrepreneurs. Anyone has the same experience? Friends saying, yeah, get a real job, right? This is nothing serious. 10 years later, she's the most proud mom there on the planet, of course, for all those entrepreneurs. But anyway, it needs those pioneers going first and showing that it is possible to make the impossible. Yeah, and this is about social impact as well. Yeah, I'm going to show you. No, I'm not. So we have all those nice figures. Yeah, Croatia, sorry to say, I can say because I'm not from here. It's a rather small country, right? It's a rather small economy based. What about the big countries like Germany? How many corporates would you have in Germany? How many percent? We're the industry nation in Europe and almost the world. How many percent? Quick guess. Similar. No, I'm talking about the corporates, the big ones. 5? Okay. Less than 5? Okay. One more? 2%. 2%, okay. It's 0.3. And again, sorry, this is in German, but I'm sure you can find your country here. It's in the one in red. This is all the members of the European Union. It's the same wherever you go in the world. You have the big amount of the macros, you have the really small amount of the SME, which is fine, that's just fine. And then you have the very smaller amount of corporates. So this is not a specific island we work on or we live on. It's all over the world. This is how economy works. And this is not saying good or bad, it's just to know that it is. So, and we have in Austria or in Germany, because we work close together in these things, we have a theory also, or a graphic, let's say, how to define impact. Where does it start, where does it end? And actually we see it in these two extremes. The first extreme is the most common one, is the profit orientation. Oh my God, is this mine? Or is it that one? Ah, okay, it's the battery of the, maybe someone? So, okay, someone's gonna help. Take the left one. So it's a profit. It is what business is for. You have the economic profit. This is what business is good for. We have it in the conventional businesses. And the other extreme is actually the impact orientation. And for both, you have forms, extreme forms. The first one would be the conventional business. If you make first steps to sustainability as a company, this is the so-called corporate social responsibility. We had that for the last 20 years, I would say, around, which is good if you have a company already and would like to change for more impact. On the other hand, the very Austrian version, the non-profit sector. Yeah, every Austrian is in 2.5 welfare organizations. Did you know? I'm not sure about here, but 2.5 is a lot. But this obviously is not about money, yeah? And it's actually even, you can't do it with money, right? It's really non-profit. Then we have another sector, I'm not sure you have it here, I won't explain it too deeply, but what is important or interesting? The middle. The middle of both extremes means you have good impact and you have good business. Because if you don't have good business, nothing is happening. Yeah? There's no impact at all. If you have a good impact, you need business as well. It's always going those two, yeah? It's very important to understand. It doesn't mean that every company or every startup is a social startup, not at all. And this is not important either. It's rather important, and this should be my message today, that if you have a core business that actually makes positive impact, perfect. That's just social entrepreneurship as we call it. If you don't have a core business, it doesn't matter as long as you take into account what is the impact in general of your business? Is it a good impact? Is it a bad impact? What is under the line? Is this a company worth to be in society? Does it improve society? Does it make the world a better place? Or is a company under the line which maybe rather has profit on behalf of planet and people? So, yeah. I will give you some input in the following slides here about a little more defining input. Where does it start? Where does it end? And obviously to the topic, how to recognize impact and how to manage it if you want to manage it. I recommend. If you have any questions, by the way, please just raise the hand in front of the screens. Try the same. I'm not sure if that works, but yeah, good. So what is impact? What is result? Impact is a neutral world. There's positive or negative impact, but impact, it seems whatever we do every day, yeah? If you take your jacket and put it here, you do it and they have an impact. If you like it or not, it's happening, yeah? Every one of us has hundreds of impact decisions every day, but it doesn't really make a difference in our life, maybe. Impact means actually to say, there is an initial situation, and only by the intervention, making something new, something is changing. It's actually change. That's the only thing I think to memorize. Impact means change. Doesn't say which direction. And there's a lot of kinds of impact results, and this could be, as you can see, the whole list. This could be positive or negative, but there's many more qualities actually. It could be direct or indirect. It might be expected or unexpected. If I take that bottle unintentionally and put it on the ground, we have an impact unintentionally. But it's direct because the water's flowing. Could be temporary, could be permanent. There's a lot of impact qualities. Why is this important? Because if you start to measure impact, those are the things you have to know, because if you measure impact, you want to have intentional impact. This is not a coincidence happening. This is a plan. I think you said this very nice before. This is actually the difference to conventional business. Impact might happen, but it's not intentional. But social impact is intentional. So it needs to be monitored. It needs to be recognized, monitored, and yes, managed as well. Good. And what is change then? What is real change, societal change now talking about? We have this, in German we have the Munich Business School has got another model as well, but the thing is there are a lot of impact models out there. I would not say that there's one better. The other, it needs to fit to your company or to whatever is your mission, because if it doesn't fit, you won't do it. Very human approach. If you don't like it, you don't do it. The first step would only say, yeah, activities as always. Now we have an intervention here saying, okay, I have a service, I have a product, I'm actually reaching my target group with that. And still, not a lot has actually changed here. Interesting if the target group accepts that offer to say, well, okay, that makes sense, I will take that one. Yeah, because this is the first way of implementation of change, I would say. And even then, nothing has happened yet. It's going to be interesting here, yeah? If the target group, because of the product or the service or the process, whatever it is actually changing itself, it's changing its skills, it's maybe improving skills, for example, yeah? And because of that, it's got new tools to really change the behavior, yeah? Because if I'm using a mobile phone one time, well, okay, that's it, gone. But if I'm steadily using it, I'm gonna change my behavior. I wouldn't say to the better in this case, but it depends. The technology is always neutral. It only depends how we use it, for example, yeah? I would not make any comments if it's good to have all this digitization or not, because it's only a technology. If you use it the right way, it makes impressible, great stuff. If you use it the wrong way, same thing, in the other direction. Okay, Going to the 6th level means the target group's life situation changes actually, and now we have a lot of impact, and because of the individual situation, if a lot of people do it, then it's a real change in society. So this is, you can take this steps for everything in life probably. I will take it obviously for the economy here, and it's easier to say to track it with products and services. Yeah? Don't take this for your relationship, for example. This could be complicated, though it's possible. At least it's really, it needs to say change is happening, but not initially. It really needs several steps, and it needs to trace them. Good. So now it's getting difficult, but don't worry, I'll make it quick here. It's just a circle. That means if you have a social problem, could be environmental, could be social in the meaning of social. Just a question, in German, the word social means actually not social. Is this the same in Croatian? Or what does it, if you hear the word social in your language in Croatian, what does it mean? What's your first impressions if you hear that? Okay, so it's welfare kind of, right? State support of, so it's actually about money for social cause, things like that, right? Okay, because social in English means something different, yeah? We have the same problem in German, yeah? If you say social, sozial, it's very, very simple to translate, people would not understand the same thing. They would say, yeah, it's about those poor people, don't have the same chance, the same amount of money. Yeah, that's a part of it, but it's very important to stress that social in English means society and planet and environment, everything that touches people. Not only, exactly, as well, definitely, yeah. Not only welfare. That's very important, because if you don't know that, you mix it up, yeah. Okay, so you have the same topic. This is, by the way, the reason why we don't like to say social business, because most people would, yeah, that's this welfare stuff. No, it's not. It's actually impact is the better word. Or if you have another better word, please tell me. Good. So if you start with a certain challenge in this area, and you want to change something, and this is now the core of my presentation, you need what we call an impact chain. Yeah, you build up a chain. A chain means you have resources, because if you want to change something, you have to give something. You have to invest your time, money, staff, knowledge, experience, whatever, but you have to start with resources, which is your input. With that input, you come to the market with your product or your service, whatever it is. And every time you perform that, every time you turn it over, this is your output. But this does not change yet. Very important, yeah? And the third one is the real impact. So it's input makes output, and output, after time, makes the real impact. So what I'm saying, because this very often is mixed up, if you say you have a workshop, your product is a workshop, yeah, whatever topic, then you can say, okay, I'm doing 10 workshops per month, so this is already my impact. Oh, I'm not sure if that fits, because you can measure the number of workshops, easy, but it doesn't say if this is really changing anything, yeah? It's important to say this is an output figure, yeah? Going to the next one, a little longer along the chain. So what this kind of inputs means, as I say, everything you give to make the business happen. You, your company, your staff, everything you put into the company pot to make the product, the service happen. The output is everything that you actually offer them. A lot of activities. Any smartphone is a product, obviously. Or this is a product, or that is a product. Everything's a product. The very nice guy. What's your name? Bogdan. Great. Bogdan. Thanks. I'm Bogdan. Oh my God. I can say, yeah, that's good. Okay. So you're doing a great service, yeah?
Thank you very much.
See? Because you're not a product. No, you're not. So this is a product, this is a service. Makes it obvious, no? But what I'm saying, both of it is output, yeah? If you do a bad job, we have an output too, but a bad output, yeah? Great, you're doing a great job. Okay, and then is the real change to say outcome and impact. I won't go into detail here. Take away the last one, yeah? This is important. And I'll switch over that. Good. And we talked before about measurement, yeah? So very important. The difference between impact and real impact means intention. Intention is the difference. Because if you say it's a side effect, and this is why I'm not really warm about corporate social responsibility, because it's a great thing if you do it on a credible basis, if you really mean it, but it's always a voluntary action. That means in times of crisis, for example, like now, the first thing that will stop in a company is the things we don't need necessarily for our core business. So a voluntary action is the first thing you would normally stop, unless you have a really nice company or a very riskful company, but you don't do that anymore, yeah? Which is a very normal behavior, by the way, because if you want to keep your company, you have to focus on the core business. That doesn't count in the impact business or in the impact-oriented business because it's part of your core business. It's supposed to be part of your core business in many aspects. That means if you don't have impact, you don't have business. If you don't have business, you don't have impact. It's easy to repeat and it's necessary to say so. And the difference is to say impact, if good impact is happening without intention, it's great, but the next time it's not happening again. The best way to show that you have it all the time is to measure it and show with impact figures. And there are clear figures to find out. There are two ways to do this. The first way, as you said, is like one of the official ways, I would say, which is very important if you want to compare companies, if you want to compare impact. If I come from the entrepreneurial view, I would say, I would add actually, don't make it too complicated at the beginning, because then it can be a lot of bureaucracy and you don't have enough manpower for your own impact agency, impact department or something. But why is it important actually to have, that's a good question. What do you think? Why makes it sense to have impact in a small company? Who actually benefits from that really? The employees could be the owners. By which way?
Because impact boosts your sales.
Why? Why should it do that?
Making you more resilient.
Okay, resilience is good. Yeah, but what actually is if you say impact? If you do really mean it in your core business, I've run a company like that 8 years. And most people, I was actually selling the product, which is computers, by the way. If I told them the story, they would say, well, actually, I want a computer, right? The story is nice. If you just say, yeah, we do it for a good purpose or so, people wouldn't be very interested at first place at that if you don't use it. I think one of the main benefits of social impact, and this really makes a boost, if you really integrate it in your business as a driver of your business, because then it makes sense actually to do it. It's not to say, yeah, it's a nice or it's an obvious thing to do, because most people, I'm not sure if they would understand in the first place. But if you want a real good USP, unique selling proposition, it's credibility. Credibility is, I think, one of the very first qualities in business. Yeah? Reliability, credibility. Because if you don't believe in the product, you probably wouldn't buy it, or you wouldn't like to buy it, but you have to, maybe. Yeah? But if you're totally convinced about the product, you will buy it, obviously. Take an Apple iPhone, we're totally convinced if you have one for many reasons. Maybe not sustainability, but There's many good reasons, yeah? It's a gadget, it's got technical features, which is fine, and it's a big brand, which is actually not part of the phone, but it's a big brand. We would like to be part of this big brand family. So this is going in the same direction, actually. If you tell people the story behind a product, not just to become a better guy, but actually to tell them why it makes sense to buy it, and what does it really make a difference to buy it, then people will actually be willing to buy your product, which is one of the most interesting marketing things, actually. So if you take social impact as a marketing tool, but you have to do it in a credible way, it's a perfect, unique selling proposition to you, a perfect one, yeah? If you don't do it, which many don't, by the way, because they think, yes, sustainability does rather harm the business because I'm not sure about, then it's actually the opposite, yeah? You have to be very straight in selling, and I really say in selling social impact. This is something to be sold as well. It's part of your product, because this is the reason why people can actually see the difference what you do in the market. If I say I'm selling phones, you would ask me, do you have an iPhone? I say, yeah, in the moment not. Well, sorry, I'm not interested. Yeah? Or if you come to say, I'm looking for a sustainable phone. What can you actually offer me here? And I can say, well, I have no idea about those. It's not very credible if you want to buy something. I say, oh, I got this Fairphone. Anyone knows that one? It's not looking that good anymore. It's well used. The Fairphone story is an incredible story about making business and impact in the same way. Because this, for example, a phone, just a normal smartphone, Android, typical thing to device to use, and you would find hundreds of similar models in the market. So why would I buy actually that one? Any reason? Why would any one of you buy such thing if you even don't know it? Exactly, there's no reason. If I told you the story about the whole smartphone industry, you might get a reason. If I told you the story to say, buying and using a smartphone is actually doing incredible harm to our planet, that doesn't look good, right? But actually, I'm not telling you the story to feel you bad, make you feel bad. I'm just telling you what's happening in the world. And this is very important. If you make social impact, you're not complaining what's going wrong. You just tell the story as it is, and you have a solution for it. And if you tell a story plus the solution, this is very attractive in the market, yeah? Because otherwise it's just a device like all those other devices. But if I tell you, for example, well, it's not so good that, I don't know, people in China, for example, and not only China, have a lot of over-hours producing smartphones, have no holidays, have very low wages. This is something we don't like to hear, but I'm telling you anyway. I'm telling you because I have a solution. If you buy that one, for example, I can tell you this is the guys who actually roll up the whole production chain and make it good. Yeah? They go actually to the Democratic Republic of Congo to buy material which you need for smartphones. Coltan is called, for example, but they don't buy it from the warlords, which is actually the typical way to use it. You buy it from warlords who are actually financing their wars with materials like coltan and diamonds, or you can buy it on a fair trade basis, yeah, which those guys got, for example. So if you tell a story about the reality, I think we all can handle reality, or we should at least. Then you have a big point if you have a solution. This is the difference between non-profits and social entrepreneurs, for example. Non-profits tell us all those bad stories, and we don't like them, but yeah, it's part. But they don't give us any solutions. I think they do a great job for awareness, but their problem is they don't have solutions. The social impact, the social business, the social entrepreneurs, they give you the solution at the same time. And this actually makes you feel good as a customer, and this is the reason why we have very successful social entrepreneurs as well. So always link impact to a feeling, which is very important. A good feeling to be a good customer if you want, or the good feeling to have done something right and not something wrong. Or let's say we all like to be part of the winning party. No one wants to be part of the losing party. Yeah? If I give you a choice, I'm sure every one of you would say, I would rather go for the winners, right? Not for the losers. But you have to tell the story. If you don't tell the story, forget about the impact. It's maybe happening, but it's not really touching you, which is very important. And I could tell you all the story and say, who says that's true? Telling me a story, right? Well, the thing is, if you measure it, you can actually really say it's happening, definitely. And I'm trying this one now. Yeah. So we have indicators, and this is about recognizing. What kind of indicators could we have? So my business was, or still is, it's still actually working. It's active in 5 countries. It's making some nice turnover. It's making some people giving a payroll. So it's obviously okay. It's a micro, by the way, still. It's actually selling reused computers, refurbishment computers, which in first place, if you say it in German, I'm not sure in Croatian, if you say the German word for reuse, people get a kind of face like, yeah, second-hand, right? It's dirty, it's not working, it's no warranty, and I don't know, it's second-hand, right? So it's a very negative component. I guess it's similar in Croatia too. Very interesting because in the Anglo-American market, it's very positive, by the way. So what you actually do, or what we did, we just go there and say, yeah, well, I'm going to tell you the whole story about computer production, and then I'll tell you about the professional refurbishment production, which is a high-tech high-tech thing, actually. And I can tell you that you save, with one computer like that, you save so much energy as each and every one using in 6 months in your households. One device only. I can tell you, it's only environmental here. I can tell you that every device, each and every computer actually saves up to 120 kilograms of fuels, or 10 kilograms of chemicals, or 1,500 liters of water. One device. You didn't know that, why should you? But I'm telling you. And that I'm telling him because of my solution, which is a full warranty solution, which is only business high quality hardware, which is actually much more service you would ever get for a new device. Makes a lot of sense to buy, not because you have a good peace of mind, but it's a good product and it's a lot of impact. So we have direct impact and indirect impact. The direct impact means every time I turn over my product, impact is happening, obviously. So for every computer, obviously you have that. If you have about 3,000 computers turning over per year, which is not a lot, I can tell you, that makes some nice figures, some really nice figures about impact. And maybe getting to that, if you think there's one company, as I said before, a pioneer starting something very small scale, would that change really anything? Or yes or no? Yes, why? No, why? Not sure? Yeah? I can tell you what the real power about impact business is not the one company. Though this one company hopefully makes good business, which is important. So we are still talking about innovation and growth, very important, because if you grow your business, you grow the impact. When we started in 2010, it was the only company in Austria doing this. And I would say, I'll be honest with you, I think up to date we have a market share, I guess, less than 1%. I mean, computer business is a huge market, by the way, but it's not really visible. But if I tell you that since we started, about 20 other companies copied the business model, then it's a different story. But why do they copy actually a business model? Because it makes business. Yeah? It's not even necessary to say, well, we do that all for the good impact and to save the world. I think most of them wouldn't care about that. But if they want it or not, they make a lot of impact because they make a business. You're realizing a business model that makes a lot of impact. And if you copy the model, you make impact. That means by now, we don't have the figures yet, but I think by now we have about 10% of market share already. Would I feel unlucky about this? Would I feel sad? Not at all. I would really, and I do really feel happy about this because I see the impact is growing. And our business is running well. I don't care. I don't want to be Elon Musk here. Yeah? Great to have him for the impact, but we don't need all to become the new unicorns because remember the figures, it's not happening anyway. But it's not important. We talk about society. We talk about impact as a whole. So this is important to see. Good. I recommend if you really want to have a start with the impact, get through your business model, maybe from the beginning or wherever you are, and think only about 1 or 2 effects of your business that you could change to really make a positive impact. Don't make hundreds of figures. Doesn't work at all. Make 1, 2, maybe 3 of the figures and show them to the customers and show them why you're selling solutions instead of problems, because this is what customers understand in the end. This is not so important, but this is. So changing the world is not art, it's not theory, it's just a practical attitude. Thanks.
I don't need it. I have this one. Any questions? We don't have time for questions now, so maybe later, huh?
Yeah, sure.
We have later session for
Yeah, we have a later Q&A session, so please can you join us here for the coffee break if you need it, and I'm sure that you're gonna need it. And please keep the distance, and we'll see each other here again in 15 minutes, okay? Now again, covered up again. And now we have to move on. Thank you for coming back. Not a lot of people came back, but it's enough for quorum. So our next lecturer is Jose Antonio Morales from Bled School of Management. He'll present you examples of good practice across industries and across the globe, and he will show you how you can manage and generate social impact while keeping your company healthy and wealthy. Mr. Jose, welcome.
Hello, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Yes? Super. Great. So there's going to be some feedback. I'm going to be making you some questions, and I'd love to hear your voice. Well, yes, my name is Jose Morales. I'm a social entrepreneur coming from Slovenia. And I would like to introduce me a little bit. I would like to show you a bit of my path as an entrepreneur. So as you can see there on the map, I was born in Peru, in South America. And I lived there my first 28 years, where I started very early as an entrepreneur. I was very much into tech. I built, in cooperation with Microsoft, the first cyber mall, or what it would be e-commerce today, the first community online that we called Exchange Latino. And I was one of the first internet service providers in Peru. I was a trainer and a speaker for Microsoft for many years. After that, I moved to Europe. I went to Slovenia, got married there, and built my family. And I became an expert in some other technology. In this case was SharePoint. Maybe some of you know it. I got awarded for Microsoft for my work with partners. I was the first one building or setting up a conference for SharePoint in the region. We achieved amazing stuff with schools where we grew to 60% of the primary schools working with Microsoft technologies. And I got a global recognition as a partner area lead for Central Eastern Europe. So all great there until the moment that the crisis of 2008 came. And it also came with an opportunity for me to move to New York as an innovation officer for a management consulting company. So I went there with my family. I got granted US patent, and it was an amazing experience for management consulting. So all the topics of business management and leadership. And it was there where I was 39 years old, and I was a bit confused about what is going to be my future. I was very much sure that I was going to leave the company from there and do something else. And it was in the US that I learned, it's not that I learned, but I heard again the word entrepreneur. A person said to me, Jose, you're an entrepreneur, you can do whatever you want, and you are going to find a way of succeeding with it. So with that empowerment, I returned to Europe, where I started a completely new chapter. So Jose version 2.0. I started something called Lincoln Island Adventures because I wanted to travel with like-minded people. Then I started an initiative called Fear and Fail, where I explored the world of failure and fear for entrepreneurs. I started up, I think it's the oldest co-working space now in Slovenia. It's called Aurora Co-working, and it's a co-working space in a rural area. I became a mentor for social enterprises, and right now I'm going through a program called the Ashoka Visionary Program. And that's why I'm here in front of you to try to share with you some of my experience in the world of social entrepreneurship. And if I'm not wrong, most of you are connected with the world of tech. Is that correct? Yes, good. So not everybody, maybe. Okay, good. So what do you think? Is entrepreneurship about following rules? So it's basically about doing what you want to do in the way you want to do it. Is that right? But someone said no there, I heard. Correct. Because if you, I mean, if you follow the rules, so why do we follow rules? Which kind of rules should we follow, right? So I will not try to give an answer, but I would like to let you there with that question because it's an essential question. If you see, even in the fashion industry, you can see Richard Branson showing us that he is who he wants to be, and he doesn't care what the others think about him. We have Steve Jobs with his famous black turtleneck that transformed him into some kind of an icon. We have Arianna Huffington showing empathy and professionalism. And we have J.K. Rowling showing empathy and connection. And at the same time, you can see a bit of her dark or difficult past. All of them amazing entrepreneurs that succeeded in the world of business and that express themselves for who they are. I cannot think of any entrepreneur of any kind that follows the rules of somebody else. And in the past, one guy called Antonio Machado said, "Walker, there is no path, the path is made by walking." So in the context of entrepreneurship, what would we think? How can we connect this to our path of entrepreneurship? And I think that there are two ways. One of the ways is to create your own path, right? So you do something completely different. And the other one is try to follow the path of somebody else. And in my experience, I can tell you that even when you choose to do what somebody else did, you're always going to create your own path. So at the end, in life and entrepreneurship, is always going to be about creating your own path. If you go to do something completely different, you are going to have kind of an accelerator where you are going to go through more challenges faster. And when you go closer to what somebody else did, basically, you're going to have it a bit easier. But anyway, the lessons that you need to learn will take longer. So I'm going to talk about some interesting examples of social entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship in general. But if we have to be so independent and if we have to not follow the rules of somebody else, why do we have to care about case studies and best practices? And this image is amazing to me because it is just a practice of reflection. So in my opinion and in my experience, when we see different cases, what we are trying to look for is ourselves. So me as an individual, as an entrepreneur, or we as an organization. When we look for a case study, it's not that we are trying to look for the 10 steps for success or the 10 things that they did right. It's basically to make a comparison with what they are doing and what we are doing. That's why the process is called reflection. And when we take the attitude of looking at ourselves in the examples of the others, is when we learn what are we doing that can be changed. And I did the example of the 10 steps to do something because that's exactly what many people does. It's trying to get recipes, right? And if we agree that basically entrepreneurs should not follow the rules, then we have to create our own, right? Through a process of reflection. And adding to that previous image, we have this super important graph. Have you seen it before? It is too small. Okay, so I'm going to explain it. Do you know who Robert Keegan is? Yes. Okay, so he made an amazing book and this amazing chart where he tries to describe how the mind of the human develops on time. Okay, and there are 3 different steps here that are important for us that are adults. Okay, and the first one is socialized mind. So the one that is lower, okay, is in the line of time, that is the horizontal one, is closer to the beginning. And in the line of complexity, that is the vertical line, is also closer to the beginning, right? So socialized mind. That's the kind of mentality or mindset of a person that has around 19 years old. Basically, is a team player, is a faithful follower, seeks direction, so is constantly asking for instructions on how to do the things, is reliant, that means that is obedient, and is trying to look basically for approval from the rest of the team. That's the socialized mind, okay? So when time passes, we can move to the next one, that is self-authoring mind. So you can imagine here kind of a boss that is not only is not only a person with authority, but is also a person with some kind of leadership. It is a person capable of driving the agenda. He or she has their own compass. They have their own frame and methodology, and they are very much focused on problem solving. Okay, those persons are independent. So the socialized mind is a follower. The self-authoring mind is an independent person. And the third and last step is the self-transforming mind. It's also called the meta leader. So it's a person that leads people not because he or she wants to. Is a leader because that's the way he or she learns more. It's a person that doesn't want to stop learning. And it's a person that realizes that it is not about him, but it is about everybody. He identifies himself as interdependent. That is one step forward from independent. So this is essential precisely because of this next image. If you can see the stage 3, the socialized mind, 58% of the adult population is still there. Can you believe? It's almost 60% of our population of adults are living with the mindset of 19-year-olds. And that means that all of them are looking for instructions and they are hiding under the skirt of a bigger boss that actually takes the responsibility for them. In the stage 4, so the self-authoring mind, 35% of the adult population. So it's quite okay, right? But then when you see that at the stage 5 is only 1% of the adult population, then we see, oh my God, there's something wrong here. We are arriving to being a boss or a leader, but we never go forward to become wise. Only 1% of the adult population. And the stage 2, if you can read it, that is called imperial mind. That is an adolescent. So the mindset of an adolescent is 6% of the adult population. That's unbelievable, right? That 6% of all the adults in the planet are still thinking as adolescents. So I wanted to present you this because basically, when you are an entrepreneur, when you are a business owner, and if you see yourself as a social entrepreneur, you need to know in which level you are because you want to move forward, right? You don't want to stay in stage in the stage in the socialized mind. You don't want to be only a boss. For you, it would be ideal to become a wise person that is interdependent and leads not because he needs, but leads because it gives her pleasure. So, do you think of yourself as social impact entrepreneurs? One yes, someone no? Okay, so basically, I guess that the majority of you are thinking of yourself as social impact entrepreneurs. I really think you are. And before explaining you why I think that you are a social entrepreneur, I would like to invite you to slido.com so you can use your mobile phone and sign in with that code 10377 and write what do you care about social issues. So what would you like to change in the world? What would you like to see better? And please describe it with one word. You can put multiple words, but is one by one so that we can see the cloud building up. Remember that you can you can enter multiple times words. Super. So we see equality as the most important. We care a lot about well-being, justice, self-awareness, safety. Wonderful. So thank you for that. As you can see, we are pretty well aware of social issues. And we would like, and I'm sure that you would agree, that we would like to see that our job, our work is going to have some kind of a special meaning, right? Let me read this to you just in case it is too small. I believe that you and many organizations know that you are social entrepreneurs, but the lack of awareness on how you and others impact our society positively is a handicap. We all want to be a force for good. We all want our activities to be meaningful. We all wish to have a legacy. Unfortunately, business as usual takes most of our focus and leaves us without time to prioritize other activities. So what I'm trying to say here is that even if you don't want to, you are a social entrepreneur. when you decide to go through the path of entrepreneurship in any way, you already decided to solve problems, even if are your personal problems. So social entrepreneurship is about that. Now, the big difference is the organizations that manage to measure the social impact and the organizations that doesn't. As you know, we are very science-driven, very mental kind of people. We have a culture that enjoys measuring everything. So in the case of social impact, the most important thing is to identify the metrics that you are going to use to see how are you affecting or how are you influencing on the improvement of social issues. Now, there's another way of understanding why do we need to measure our social impact. And the truth is that talking with a lot of people as experienced organizations and experienced and awarded social entrepreneurs, I found that these are their answers. There's something new that is called social impact investment, and VCs from everywhere in the world, are getting ready for the opportunity that means social impact. Here we're talking about social innovation, we're talking about circular economy, we're talking about environment, etc. And let me tell you also that the European Union is getting ready to include social impact measurement as condition for some of their funding opportunities. So pretty soon you're going to see that social impact investment and social impact measurement becomes a priority. Not only that, but employee retention has a lot to do with the culture of the company, and it has a lot to do with the meaning that the employees find working there. Customer loyalty as well. So if your customers perceive that you're an organization that projects towards society, they will likely prefer to work with you than working with any other. Recruiting, if you have experience hiring people, and especially younger people, you will see that they really care about what are they going to do and where are they going to do it. They are capable of sacrificing time and their own wishes if they are working for a company or an organization that represents well their social causes or interests. And for the people that is in tech, especially, at least from my experience, when I was working as an IT person, sometimes I was feeling that I'm all day doing technical stuff and in front of a computer, and I'm not really adding value. Working for an organization that cares about social impact is definitely adding value, even if my work is not connected directly with helping people. So, as I said to you before, I've been working for 8 years as a social entrepreneur. And I can tell you that it's a bit crazy. Earlier, as a tech entrepreneur, I was more of a business person. So although making money was never easy peasy, it was possible. But then when I decided to become a social impact entrepreneur, something changed and I couldn't see the business clearly. And I really focused on working on the why I'm doing something. So obviously what I'm trying to say to you is that no matter if you start as a business person or as a social impact entrepreneur, you need to take in consideration the business aspect as a critical issue. Even if you have experience with business, when you define or decide to go for social impact, you might get confused and lose the business side of you. So very, very important. And another thing is that what I'm finding out is that successful social impact organizations is starting to include some aspect of technology and some aspect of technology in their work. So I think that those are the three aspects that are critical to implement, and also critical to see when you are trying to look for cases or examples to get inspiration. So when we talk about which are the fields of action for social enterprises, I got this research from Ashoka. Ashoka is like the Microsoft of entrepreneurship, or the Google, whatever big organization. And they made this research in 2008, focusing on what they call their fellows. So it's a group of specially selected social entrepreneurs that have amazing results and great impact. So they defined that 11% are focused on environmental issues, 20% on economic development. That's very interesting to me. 17% on civic participation, 18% on education, 17% in health, 17% in human rights. So I thought that there were going to be more organizations focused on environment, to be honest, but it looks like not. And economic development, look, is 20%. So those are organizations that care about improving the ecosystems for supporting people to be more independent. Amazing, right? Another chart, or a group of charts, is this one. 78% of the organizations studied partnered with schools and universities. 78%. 79% partner with local or national governments. And 90% of them have seen their ideas replicated by independent groups. So some people will think, oh my God, everybody's copying, right? But actually, 67% of these organizations designed their products to be copied. So we see that when we're talking about social impact entrepreneurship, there is a very high level of network. 65% of these have seen their idea replicated within their country, and 41% of them replicated abroad. Something also interesting is that these social entrepreneurial organizations have a special role. They gather some kind of power to influence public policy. So you see there, the chart is pretty interesting. So it is not only that they influence their local and national policy making, but also international. So social enterprises are very much interconnected. Okie dokie. So far, I don't know if you have some question. Maybe you would like to ask something. Okay, then we go forward. But whenever someone wants to make a question, please just let me know. So how it is social entrepreneurship today in multiple sectors? I scanned a very big database of amazing organizations, and I filtered some that are interesting because they are very different and they come from many different sectors. So I would like you to pay attention to them and maybe to find commonality with you, maybe with your local ecosystem. And okay, we will see what happens and how it goes. So the first example is a company called Skaza. It's a Slovenian company that produces plastic. And I wanted to show you this organization first because you would think, how is plastic going to be connected with social entrepreneurship when actually plastic is the problem? So this organization decided to change their business model and to focus on producing high quality products that are not made from virgin plastic. So they are going through a process to have their entire production to be from recycled plastics. There are some technological issues there because when you recycle multiple times, the same plastic loses some kind of characteristic, and therefore they need to be mixed with new plastic. But they also decided to do something else, that is to create products that are there to solve social issues. The one that you're watching in the image is a composter. And the plastic is made from fishing nets. So all the fishing nets that are trashed, they collect them and they melt them and they create these composters for home. This is a product that they released, I think, a few days ago. And a part of that, they see that they have a social responsibility to care about social issues. So they organize a lot of community activity about the topic of recycling and responsible consumption. So they see that plastic is inevitable because it's a material that is excellent for what it does. The problem is the pollution that it creates, and that's the problem that they want to focus on. Okay, so that's Skaza. The next one is an IT company. This is a company that if you talk to them, you would never think of them as a social impact organization. They are 100% IT, very technical, very professional, very business oriented, super high quality kind of company. And actually, I love this company so much because what they do is they are consultants for huge companies, okay? And with the consulting practice that they have, they manage to create spin-offs. So for example, they have a games company, they have a health care company, they have an application for improving your well-being. It's an app called Lake. And in every single aspect where they invest their time, they care about creativity, they care about social issues, and they care about technology very much. So yeah, 3FS is also a Slovenian company. And something that is fascinating to me is that a lot of the social activities that they do not use them for marketing purposes. Something is going on there with the screen. I think I'm going infinite. Am I alive? Oof. Super. So yeah, these guys do a lot of things for people in many different ways, and their employees employees take care of that. So sometimes they make donations, for example. Those donations are for different topics. They care about democracy, they care about children and equality, some of the values that you presented before in the cloud. And they design activities to support them. The employees take part on that, and but they don't advertise it. So it is not doing good as a marketing tactic, it's doing good because they care. And somehow the company gets recognition for that. So the people know and they see that the organization is authentic. So that's a very important thing for social enterprises of all kind, is to be authentic. Okie dokie. So the next one is an organization called Never Give Up. This organization is an Italian initiative that is co-founded by one very good friend, Simona Senesi. And what they do is they focus on a problem that is pretty huge: food disorders. So in this case, this is not a tech company. This is very much kind of an NGO that got a lot of recognition by the Italian government and abroad, because they found a methodology that is backed up by science to support teenagers with food disorders. In Italy, there are more than 2.5 million of teenagers having problems with food. And that's the #1 cause of death for the people of that age. Just imagine how it is in your country and everywhere else. This is a serious issue, and they decided to tackle it, and they are doing it. Cool. This is Never Give Up. The next one is an amazing organization that started with a very simple vision. The founder of it, Olli, is his name, used one of these tricycles, typical from Scandinavia, and took it to pick up people, older people that are in elderly homes, right? And the idea picked up, and today they are present in more than 50 countries, and they served over 1.5 million people. So what they do is, those are chapters, self-organized groups of people everywhere in the planet that decide to get these tricycles to take the older persons around the city for rides. It's absolutely inspiring, because not only they manage to grow wildly all around the planet, but they implemented a system of self-management, a flat organization, that is really something to study about. The founders are kind of coordinators, and they set up some of the main principles, but the national groups that are doing these activities organized by themselves. Some of them are just volunteers, some of them are creating associations, some of them are finding local funding and fundraising in many different ways. But just imagine, they have thousands of not only persons that they see every day, but thousands of persons riding bicycles and moving people just for improving their quality of life. So this is an incredible thing. I really recommend you to check Oli's TEDx talk. Very inspiring. Another organization that is completely different in this case is Gobi. So these guys are doing accessories for photographers. And the company was funded because the two founders went on a trip to South America, as far as I remember. and they were so amazingly inspired by nature. So they asked themselves, how can we do the things that we like, that is photography? How can we create a business and at the same time connect with what we care so much, that is nature and the respect to nature? So they built an organization on the inspiration of nature, right? And created amazing products using very sustainable methodologies. And not only that, every single customer that buys one of the products plants trees automatically. And it is amazing because for me, when I got my first lenses, or lens protector, etc., I received a certificate telling that with this, I'm planting 2 trees. And actually, I can see in the Gobi website, I can see the statistic of which are the products that I bought so far and how many trees were planted. Now, that's fine for me. But when they consolidate all the information from all their customers, they prepare and they communicate reports of how many trees are planted. And the numbers are amazing. So this is an example of what you can do to inspire people to be loyal to you. And every single person that I talked that liked photography and I talked about them became customers, and now they are loyal customers of me. That's Gobi. It's an Australian company. Another one, maybe closer to tech, is Fairphone. Do you know them? Yeah. So Fairphone starts some time ago with the idea of making a telephone that is fully respectful of the people producing the materials, mining, right? But they found out actually that it was extremely difficult to control the whole process of production of the telephones. And they also cared about having telephones that are not disposable, so that you can replace the parts and improve your telephone, kind of a modular phone design. So these guys grew up a lot. They had to face corruption from governments, abuse of miners that get the metals that are required for making smartphones. And they discovered just incredible things. Since then, they have been inspiring a lot of people and actually making a statement. It's not only that making a Fairphone is possible, but is essential. And I think that their legacy is basically becoming one of the challengers to the main phone manufacturers. Because they are just proving that having modular phones and with reducing suffering of people and e-waste is possible. The next sample is Wurzorg. Oh my God, this is an incredible organization. I don't know how big you can see me, but I have to recommend you this book. Can you see it? It's called Reinventing Organizations. Okay, Reinventing Organizations, and the author is Frederic Laloux. I will write the name of the book in the PowerPoint so that you can receive it later on. Okay. So these guys of Wurzorg started in the Netherlands. Let me tell you. So the founder, his name is Jos de Blok, from the Netherlands, and he was a nurse, a medical nurse, and he was extremely frustrated working for the system that the healthcare system that they have there in the Netherlands. The reason why he was frustrated is because he could see that it was extremely inefficient. And it was efficient in terms of money, but it was not efficient in terms of caring for their customers. So it was a whole mix of interest between the insurance companies and the state organizations that participate and fund the whole operation. So one day he decided to go solo and to see if he could convince other nurses to take care of elderly people, going to their homes, right? So making like visits outside of the system. Well, he was completely surprised with the amount of people that decided to join. And in just a few years, this organization has grown like mushrooms all around the world. Right now, there are more than 10,000 professionals changing the way the healthcare system operates. And it's not only in the Netherlands, but in other countries as well. So it's not only that they improve the way the elderly gets attended, actually they manage to save money. They use a lot of technology to coordinate with the different groups all around the world. There are 25 countries active. And they became a case of flat organizations and self-organized organizations. I recommend you to check for Jos de Blok. It's an incredibly inspiring person with a philosophy that should be implemented in every single organization that is modern. In the book, Reinventing Organizations, that I recommended you before, there's a whole study of what is the system that Buurtzorg uses, and basically how can you implement it in your organization. And well, all of you know Wikimedia, right? Wikipedia, sorry. So Wikimedia Foundation is a social impact organization as well. So the Wikimedia Foundation, that is basically the organization that manages Wikipedia, is one of the first and most known Ashoka Fellows, right? And I don't have to explain you anything about them because you already know what they do and what's the impact that they have in the world. Do you remember the 20 volumes encyclopedias? Yes? When was the last time you bought one? They don't exist anymore, right? Basically. And that happened after Wikipedia became so popular. Super. So we're almost at the end of my presentation. And if you are thinking, okay, sounds interesting. I think that I have some inspiration here to include some social impact activities in my organization. I really want my team to feel they are working on something meaningful. And I want my organization or my startup to be capable of making systemic change in our society, and why not in the world. Then you will ask yourself, okay, but then how am I going to measure it? There's a lot of discussion about social impact measurement. And actually it's a tough thing. But I wanted to present you these chart are called the Sustainable Development Goals. Probably you already know about them. But I would suggest you to use them as a way of setting up your metrics. First of all, it's going to help you communicate which is the SDG that your organization is focusing on. and it's also going to help you increase internal awareness about what are you doing as an organization. I'm working with some friends setting up a new company, and we're going to be helping companies, especially in the tech industry, that care about measuring their social impact. So if any of you is interested to join or to learn more, just let me know.
Mr. Jose, we have to wrap up because we are short
Yes.
of time.
This is basically my last slide. So, well, you all know what you are looking at, and I wanted to finish not with a negative note, but with a positive one. And it is always when we have the biggest inconveniences in our life that we come up with the best solutions. Entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship is about disruption. We see that this virus disrupted everything, and I think it is our opportunity to take action and to do a step forward. This is it from me. If anyone wants to get in contact, make me some questions, please. You will see there my website, so feel free to contact me. I'll be very happy to provide you with more information. Thank you.
Are there any questions right now for Mr. Jose, or you will mail him the questions that you have in mind? I thought so. One question. I was wrong, sorry. We need the microphone, please. Yeah, because of the screening.
Thank you. I have more comment than a question. I'm familiar with this Kazakh case, and if I'm not mistaken, they have almost 100 products in their range. And the container that you spoke about is actually the third generation of containers. And that means a really important lesson for all entrepreneurs. And that means that you don't have to be right at first. You compared entrepreneurial way of life with a pet, and I think that you don't have to find your right pet at first. And I think that people that are entrepreneurs perceive failures as a lessons, and that's what differentiates among other things with other people. That was my comment.
That's nice. Thank you.
Super. May I make a comment about this?
Yeah, of course.
You're 100% right. And that's exactly what makes the entrepreneurial path. Even if you decide to follow or not to follow, you are always on your own path. Your failures are exactly the reasons why you grow, right? My theory is that fear is the one that creates failure, but the entrepreneurial path is about discovering what are you afraid of and doing the things that you want anyway. Right? The guys from Scasa started this process of transformation in a long time. And they are still not 100% sustainable company, but they are working on that. So as you well observed, their example is inspiring because it says existing companies can transform themselves.
Nice thought for the end. Do you have any other questions, or we could move on? Well, thank you, Mr. Jose. That was really inspiring, and hope to see you somewhere live, maybe next year in Zagreb.
Let's hope so. I would love to be there. I'm really missing the opportunity of being there with you.
Yeah, you will definitely come. We will invite you. Thank you so much. One applause once again to Mr. Jose.
Bye-bye.
Bye. 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 Are we alone? Never mind. We can move on to our next panel discussion. I hope that you have still energy and focus to follow our next step, and that is our panel discussion. The panel moderator will be Mislav Ante Omazic, Faculty of Economics and Business University. The title of this panel discussion is Embedding Impact in Business, and the participants are Mirjana Matesic, Croatian Business Council for Sustainable Development, Natasha Kalaus, Impact House Consulting, Rudi Wetzel-Piwald, Rudi, we call him Rudi, from Social Business Club Styrian, Tina Sirotic from Erste and Steiermarkische Bank, and Branka Aralica, MPI Vrelec, Director of MPI Vrelec. One big applause again, please. Okay, the half of the audience went here on the stage, but nevertheless, we'll enjoy it. Please, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We need a microphone.
Okay, now you can hear me for sure. Okay, greetings to everyone.
Just a bit more until all the,
Devices are switched on.
No problem.
all of our participants are with us.
No problem.
This is contraceptual conference.
I'm sorry for this delay, just a quick moment, we have a bit of technical issues.
We have 1 more minute if I'm not mistaken. So.
Oh,
Okay, great.
Jel me čujete?
I suggest that we start and I will check with Branka and she will join perhaps a few minutes later.
So, no problem. Again, greetings to everyone. My special greeting goes to young entrepreneurs or more experienced ones that are starting their path regarding their entrepreneurial ventures. Whether they have social or they don't have social impact, the theme of this panel is embedding impact in business. I personally believe that there is no business. There is no business without impact on society, but also on the environment. But people just are not aware of it. So I want to engage our audience, and I saw that you are familiar with the Slido software. So I'm going to use some features of the Slido software. And can you show them the second slide, Gordon? So you should go to Slido, and the code for this event is social_impact. So social_impact, and you'll see already the first question there. So just to check if everything is working, can you answer to that first question? While you answer to the first question, I just want to inform you that there are two sections in Slido. First one is the one that you're participating in, that's connected to the pool. And the second one is Q&A for the speakers. So you can pose your questions whenever you want on that part, and we'll try to reflect them at the end or before the end of our panel. Okay, let me introduce you to our panelists. Mirjana Matešić is, besides being good with the numbers, she's also director of the Croatian Business Council for Sustainable Development since 2004. She's active in the implementation of sustainable development policies in business as well as on the level of public policies and strategies. She has published many papers in the area of sustainable development and has participated in a number of local and international conferences. Among others, she was a member of the Economic Council of the President of the Republic of Croatia, President of the Technical Committee for Sustainable Social Responsibility at the Croatian Standard Institute, and a member of the State Council for Sustainable Development and Environmental Protection. Natasha Kalauz is a former Director of Trade and Investment for the UK in Croatia, where she led a team of trade policy experts and advisors. Before that, Natasha led the program team of UN Development Program Mission in Croatia. She is a long-time collaborator of CEPOR, Policy Think Tank for Development of Entrepreneurship and National Competitiveness Council. Natasha has close to 20 years of professional experience in the international organizations and has led teams delivered against complex policy tasks and introduced novel concepts and ideas into the work of her teams. She is the interior of Women in Tech chapter for Croatia and the founding director of British and Commonwealth Chamber of Commerce. Rudy already presenting himself. What's also important about Rudy is that he's coming from the Graz, and we have here experienced people who have happy thoughts about Graz because we visited in certain periods of our history quite often. But he was also born 30 kilometers close to Slovenia. And so that's also his relation to Slovenia, but also to former Yugoslavia. And talk about Slovenia, I hope that Branka managed, I can see that she managed to join us. Hello, Branka. Branka Aralica has been head of the business incubator Rogačka Slatina for 11 years. Since its establishment, the business incubator successfully supports young entrepreneurs and individuals with entrepreneurial ideas. As an economist, she has been broadening her experience in various sectors for more than 30 years. She was active in various managing positions in several different branches, such as tourism, glassmaking, baking, and metal processing industry, before she finally set up her own consulting company 15 years ago. She is very passionate about her work because she believes that entrepreneurship is not just a job, but it is a way of life. Hello again, Branka. And hello, everybody. And we have also Tina with us. Tina Sirotic has over 20 years of experience in retail banking, where she covered various jobs until 4 years ago she started working in the social banking department. She's proud that she managed to incorporate her business banking knowledge and experience, entrepreneurial note and lifelong holistic approach to self-awareness, empowerment, and progress of individuals into her current job. She has vast entrepreneurial experience, and for the last 10 years, she's been working as a yoga instructor. In the previous 4 years, since they have been implementing the step-by-step social banking program, they have, by they I mean Erste Bank, have financially supported more than 200 clients with a total of 4.8 million euros, and directly influenced the creation of over 270 new jobs in Croatia. Hello, Tina, again.
Hi to everybody.
And as all of you know, I'm Mislavante Omazic. I'm university professor at the Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Zagreb. I'm dealing with a team of business in society for more than 20 years. And I have small confession to make. This is the first time that I'm in this role, so I'm not just wearing the mask, but I'm already also in this role for the first time, so I could use some encouragement. Thank you. Okay. We will start with the first round question. So the round question is for all participants. Is what is the role of the company in modern society, and how you see that role is going to evolve? And in that sense, is the social impact icing on the cake or must do for the modern business? So, Mirjana, we can start with you.
Okay.
I think it's already.
I hope it's working.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm a little nervous because we have so few time and so big a question. So I know that I only have one shot at answering this correctly. Well, I think that well, historically, businesses had a role of helping human well-being through building infrastructure and so on. And so this profit chasing type of business is rather new. It's dating, I think, after Second World War, when the liberal economy had the idea of rebuilding a very, very broken society and very broken world. And I think in this process of rebuilding, we lost focus of why businesses exist. And I think we should remember how it used to be, because businesses cannot exist apart from the society. They benefit from successful society. So it's a win-win situation. Businesses cannot live on the society, because then when society erodes, businesses erode as well. So I think it's such an obvious answer that we need to think how we can create value and have a benefit from it as well as the society benefits. So it should be a win-win situation. So I think it's a must-have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mirjana. Natasha, what's your opinion?
I'll be brief.
I think that we can hear you.
You can definitely hear me.
No, you can use mic,
Oh, okay. I'll focus on the question on, is it icing on the cake or not? I think it depends on where you go globally. I think in our region, I dare to say that in a lot of the cases, it is seen as, okay, once we've made the profit and once we've delivered against the targets, maybe we can do a little bit of corporate social responsibility or philanthropy or something, and you know, it'd be good PR. But I think if we look at perhaps slightly bigger markets, more developed markets, we see that it is becoming an essential part of branding. We see a lot of successful brands that have failed because they haven't respected the whole social impact that the company is doing. And I think that if we look to the future, because of enormous transparency that internet has given us, it takes very little time if you just, you know, put your mind to it to dig and see and actually expose a lot of businesses today. So I think that if we look towards the future, it's going to be an essential ingredient of successful brands, is how socially responsible and aware you are of what your company, how it fits within the wider societal arrangements.
Thank you, Natasha. Rudy, what's your opinion?
I think up to a certain day, actually, the main understanding of social impact, or the main common understanding, was to create jobs, because jobs create the possibility to participate in the wealth that economies or business creates. Having said that, we are looking in the future, that the big cloud of digitization is coming up, and also, I don't even see the risk. I see a big confirmation that jobs will not be of the essence as the prime number one essence of a social justice anymore. If you like it or not, it's happening. 10%, 20, 50% of the jobs are gone. We don't know yet. But this promise does not get along anymore, I think, in the future. So I think the big role of companies will be to find this new way of sustainability. The new way means it's not enough to create jobs or not. It's really under the line to have the good proof that your company, I said it already today, makes more good than bad in society. In best case, only good.
which is not possible, but yes. And yeah, in this case, it's not a piece of on the cake. It's an obvious thing to survive as a company as well, I hope.
Thank you. Before I give the word to Tina, because Rudy mentioned the creation of the new jobs, I just posed a new question on Slido, so if you can answer it on that also. So Tina, what's your opinion of the role of business in society?
Well, one of the main features why social banking has been started in Erste Group was actually job creation. So commenting on how to do that, and the other colleagues on the panel said it as well, we decided that entrepreneurial way of solving one issue is the best way to do it. And this is why we think that entrepreneurial way is one of the best way to solve the social issue. Incorporating this in the main business model is our task to do it locally with each individual. And therefore, if you ask me what is the role of entrepreneurship and companies in the future, for now, it lays on the both lane. One, they are starting immediately as a social entrepreneurs, which is excellent, and they have this added value in their value chain, and no need to explain further why this is an essential thing, while for the other is still just profit making or just employing themselves. Nevertheless, we see the change coming from different areas that social values need to be incorporated in the business models.
Thank you, Tina. And Branka? What's your opinion? Sorry, Branka, we can't hear you. She's obviously speaking, but we can't hear her. Sorry, Branka, we can't hear.
Do you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, of course. Recently, we have witnessed entrepreneurship whose primary goals has been to maximize profits, as we already heard. Today, we are aware that is certainly the primary human factor, regardless of the growing of role of artificial intelligence. However, we have completely moved away from the caring for the environment. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can barely hear you. So.
Okay, because I have some. Okay. And we are already feeling the consequences. From the first day in incubator, we pay attention a lot to the issue of the environment, social responsibility, and care for the fellow human beings. Our business reuse center, which is a social enterprise, and employees, people with special needs. This is the first one was opened here in Rogaška Slatina 10 years ago. They are, our entrepreneurs pay a lot of attention to the people with special needs. They are traditional supporters of all kinds of sportsmen, talented artists. Otherwise, we have generated 250 new jobs in 10 years from our establishment, what is a lot in the municipality with 11,000 inhabitants.
Thank you, Branka. Mirjana, today we had 3 lectures on measuring social impact. The difficulty of measuring social impact and the lack of transparency around it have been 2 of the key criticisms that have come about in terms of the long-term importance of investing in these initiatives. What's your opinion on quantifying something that is not always easy to quantify? So we heard today famous Peter Drucker saying, whatever can't be measured, it can't be managed. So are you closer to that, or what Einstein said, whatever it's worth, it can't be measured?
Well, I would go with Einstein, because I think that social impact or social responsibility of companies can be measured, and we know that many methodologies already exist. And I think, you know, it's about creating a business model where, of course, you can never measure everything. But I think even in a regular business, you don't always measure everything. You know, if you choose strategy of diversification, you choose a type of model which suits certain customers, you don't know what would have happened if you chose something else, you know. So when you introduce non-financial impacts and measure them within your business model, you chose the way you're going to do your business. You don't know if this is the most successful model, but you know, if it works, then it's okay. So I think measuring is possible, and I have to comment on what Rudy said in his presentation about the corporate social responsibility versus social entrepreneurship. I think it's based on the same set of values. It's true that CSR is meant for corporates because it is action plan or a program which is trying to adopt new values in a business model that already exists, while with social entrepreneurship you have an opportunity to build something from the beginning. But CSR is not about voluntary actions. It's about integrating a new set of values within your business model, measure and report. And I think, you know, it doesn't go away when the crisis comes. On the contrary, it becomes stronger if you understand what you're doing. The problem is that many companies don't understand what they're doing, so they do PR instead. But if you know what you're doing, you know how to measure it. I think it's really easy.
Yes, we mentioned today non-financial reporting, and just brief history lesson. Like when financial reporting started, it was also non-obligatory at first. Then it became obligatory for some, and then in the end it became obligatory to everyone. We can see the same development in non-financial reporting. It started as a non-obligatory, now it's obligatory for some, and I'm sure in near future it is going to become obligatory for everyone. Natasha, what are the skills that leaders need to guide their business through and beyond this this shift? What do you think?
Well,
because
if I had the right answer, then I'd
yeah.
$1 million.
Yeah, but you've been searching to that answer for 20 years, so you're experienced.
Oh, yes,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
And you're
Holy
still
grail.
here.
I'm still here. No, but just very briefly on the question you posed to Mirjana about measuring.
Of course, yeah, you can comment. Yeah.
Very briefly, I think one of the key things here to remember is actually one of the slides that Rudy showed us, which is the majority of the countries have a tiny proportion of large corporates, and about 90% are small, and maybe but really small companies. And I'm a small entrepreneur, and although I would like to do many things, there's always a pressure of time, and an average entrepreneur is really trying to survive, you know, to reinvent his or her business, to, you know, pay everything on time, gain new clients, deliver to clients. And I think the problem there is that social impact and, you know, corporate social responsibility, it always ends up in that tiny little percentage of the large corporates. And we actually really have no real measurement for the bread and butter of economies, which is the micro and the small companies. This is where this has to become more sort of ingrained in their business. As to your question, what the leaders need, at this stage I would say courage more than anything. Because I think, you know, it has, you know, you have to be very brave, very brave.
So, but you compared at the beginning, like the developed and non-developed markets. So, what do you think? Where is the main difference between developed? Because the customers are willing to act in developed markets.
Yeah, I mean, look. So, if you look at our region, we would describe our region as price-sensitive markets. So, people tend to make a lot of choices based on price. But if you look at very sophisticated markets with a lot of sort of customers and people with sort of high income, they can make conscious decisions more so than a lot of the people in our region. And that really what drives a lot of the change, because if you take United States, for example, you have a lot of brands that are either doing very badly or have failed because of their corporate practices that were very, very poor. And customers know that, and therefore they can choose not to buy that brand. But you can make those choices if you have money in your pocket. Simple as that. So I think that's the difference between the developed and underdeveloped markets. Take it Croatia, for example. Even if you work for a company that you know has very poor corporate practices, and maybe it's an abusive work environment, if you know that there are very few jobs available for you in the market, you're not going to make a lot of fuss about it, which is, I think, the main difference between the developed and underdeveloped markets.
Yeah, but when IKEA was coming to Croatia market, and I talked with some of their suppliers, they were shocked because at the beginning they said to them economic dimension of your offer is not as important as what you are doing with social impact and environmental impact for them. So for them it was in a way wake-up call, because many of them didn't even think about those two dimensions. So basically reputation is really important, especially for those big brands.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So that's also another difference between developed and non so.
Absolutely.
I would say not so developed, because when we compared various corporate social responsibility in Croatia, I think that we can be proud of certain things. Okay, it's not the path that ended, but we are going in a good direction.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Rudy, I think that you have a specific personal experience that could be of huge value to our audience, and that is building social startups in Central Europe. You already mentioned that in your presentation. So could you share with us some of tips and tricks? What are 3 things that you find most important when one wants to build a startup, or any startup? I mean by startup, social impact startup.
Well, we heard already, just be incredibly brave. Because it's not the easy way, but yet it's the best way.
If I may add something, when you spoke about measurement, you spoke about SMART methodology, right?
Yeah.
But I've heard that smarter, you have to be smarter. And ER means ethic base, so it should be connected. Your measures should be connected to your system of values. And R means resourceful, so it should be based on resources that are at your disposal.
Yep. I can give you the very personal approach, which yet many entrepreneurs or starting company might have. It really, on the one hand, you have to do everything. Yeah. On the other hand, you have to gain trust for those people who really know what they're talking about. This really sounds mean now, but it's really to build up a network that you can trust on in a business is at least the same level as on a private basis, yeah? Because it's a free market. That means there are a lot of people running around. Find the right partners. Find the right partners for long-term relationships. And this is not easy, but it's in Austria, I like to say, if you have someone fixing a toilet, keep it the whole life to a certain person, because you have found someone, yeah? And this means find the right partners, the first thing, yeah? Build up this network. Second one, as I said, first one, second one, be brave. Don't give a sh. And I think we heard it very good before from Jose. Do not think in what you're allowed to do or not. Yeah, there's a huge framework about what is possible is not. We tend a lot to see the framework, and we receive every day, you must do, or you have to do this, you must not do that. And of course we need a legal state, that's obvious, and you cannot do illegal things, that's not of the question. But having said that, you really have to think to get to paths that have not been gone before, because the best way, if you really want to make a successful business, and successful I think means as well rewarding for yourself as well, for you and your employees, means to do something new. Yeah. So this is something, not breaking rules, but really dare to go new ways.
So basically reinventing rules. So you should be brave enough to create your own path, and you should fund the company on your path.
Let's put it in one example. In my coachings, which I do a lot in the meantime, that's a very simple thing. Don't ever go to a bank and say you do something social. Just don't, because they are not that far apart from exceptions, obviously. Just tell them a story they like to hear, and then just do your thing.
Okay, thank you, Rudy. Tina, some studies are showing that embracing social impact is the key to engaging a growing number of customers and investors who care deeply about these issues. What are the lasting changes going out of COVID crisis? Social banking department within the retail division is something you wouldn't expect in a normal bank, so-called normal bank. So I was thinking, is that a sign that banks, as one of most powerful financial institutions, are changing, and how and why?
Well, as other colleagues on the panel said, usually in large corporate firms, we can find something of social topics. Differences whether you talk about social responsibility, where you have the driven by your employees base, by your clients base, by your sponsorship and donation base, and you have many activities in that field which actually will put you in a quite good position. Within the Erste Group, we decided to go deeper and to put the social impact into the business model. And we decided so because, as it was mentioned before, the origin of the banking was actually not to make profit, but to make financial inclusion for all of those people who actually were not financially included. So we decided on 200 years basis to return to our roots and to do something for the financial inclusion of all. And startups, non-profits, social entrepreneurs, private at the risk of poverty were detected as a key client categories we would like to address. How to do it and how to measure that, we decided along the way together with Vienna University, who actually helped us to put the measurement system in place so we can actually communicate on the job preserved or job creation, or if you talk about non-profit customers who are actually being serviced by the non-profits, so what we managed to do. We as a bank are doing this for the last 5 years, and it's on the top of our social responsibility program. It's actually going into our core business, where you need to discuss all of these situations with your clients, with risk, with legal, with other, let's say, normal bankers who do not look upon those category as something who is the most welcome within the bank. To do that, we needed to develop a special model that was not only based on the financial products, but is also based on the producing tools for the startups and non-profit, on producing mentorship, advisory, on producing different forms of education. So you actually could help them in building their capacity and enabling them to start on their feet. Nevertheless, we do look on the financial numbers. We do look on their ability to repay. And above that, I know that a speaker previously to me said we do look on their social impact as well. We decided also to offer them our communication channels so we can promote their storytellings and offer their services to others. So we also develop different digital platforms where they can use donation to build up their financial tools and other ways of financing. So in different ways, I would say the bank is changing. But once you decided to work with them as clients in your core business, it's the biggest change you need to do. To give one-time donations, to give one-time sponsorship or something is very good, but it doesn't make the long-lasting change. While accepting this different business model and measuring how many hours you gave education, how many hours of mentorship you gave to them, how many other colleagues were actually included in those activities, you make this transformative change not only within the clients, but within the employees. So when talking about social responsibility and attracting customers, new investors, and new employees, yes, it's a very big issue. It's a very big thing to have it within the bank, and it's very, I would say, thrilling to do now at this particular moment in Croatia, but still it's not that developed.
Okay, but we can agree that you can't be responsible without being profitable. But there is a difference between the profit maximization and profit optimization. So basically, when you talk about profit optimization, you take into account
Yes.
also other dimensions. And so, and I completely agree with you, because CSR as an initiative is not only meant to be directed outside of the organization, but also inside of the organization, because I can see many people that spoke about those initiatives, they spoke about their employees and how their employees started to change. So how it changed their culture and other things. So thank you. And then Branka, I think that in 2011 you got a legal framework for social entrepreneurship in Slovenia. In Croatia we don't have anything similar to that. In your opinion, why it was important, if that was important? Because we mentioned...
Yes, this social...
Yeah, sorry.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, you can speak.
Yep. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay, okay. Social enterprises are extremely important here because they help to recruit the most vulnerable group of population. We have been regulated in this area for almost 10 years, as you said. But this segment is subsidized only for a certain period of time. I would say this is the lack of this legislation. And then the companies find themselves in the labor market, and they are the competitor with the companies which do not have the employees from vulnerable group. This is the, I don't think so that it's very good, but because we also have so-called disability enterprises, invalidska podjetja. I don't know if this word is right, where the legislation is still more than 10 years old and arranged in such a way that the part of their salary is partly subsidized, which is much, much better. Because, you know, these employees, they are coming, I don't know, from the people which spend a lot of time in the prison, or they are sick, or they have some, they are people with special needs, and it take a time when you can involve them into the company, and this, I think, this part of subsidized must be regulated in a sustainable way.
Okay, but there are some criticism to the legal framework, but it's better to have some than none, I believe. So
exactly, yeah, I agree with you completely.
Yeah, Mirjana, Natasha mentioned something about small and medium enterprises. So is social impact related only to big corporations, or is it something that also SMEs can integrate into their business models, and how do you measure? I know that we have index of corporate social responsibility of Croatia, and we differentiate it between the big corporations, small and medium enterprises, and public companies.
Well, I think that anyone can have social impact, and obviously the impact depends on the size of the company. I think it's what is important for small and medium companies is to understand where they can have impact. And I really think that it's about creating the business model and the product which can have this impact. And it's not, you know, people usually think that embedding CSR or some, you know, social impact includes a lot of administration, but it doesn't. It just have to be part of regular business model and business strategy. But it's difficult, you know. You have to understand what you're looking for, and as I said previously, people usually don't understand, and then they do what's the easiest, and that's a PR related to their social impact. But I have to stress here that it's not about donating or volunteering. It's about creating a business model that is based on social impact indicators, not just social, environmental as well. I have to stress environmental because I think environment is the most important topic of our sustainability.
Thank you, Miriam. Before I continue with the questions to our panelists, do we have some, maybe for the audience, someone that want to ask something to our panelists? We have another 11 minutes, I think. Yeah. No?
Can we ask something?
Yeah, of course.
Because it doesn't fit in the Slido section. Okay, thank you. Well, this is for Natasha mostly, but maybe all panelists could answer. Renata Brkic mentioned earlier about millennials and their attitudes towards companies and how they function and operate, and when it comes to supporting them. And Natasha mentioned exposing companies who don't hold their part of the CSR deal. So how do we hold those companies accountable? What's really popular now is the cancel culture, which is a big part of the thing. But could it be a make or break for them? Can they recover or bounce back after being exposed, considering it's a huge part of their brand and image?
As for millennials, there was probably the biggest research conducted recently in the US, and the results were really staggering. About 68% of surveyed millennials said that their number one decision-making choice about where to work was related to how they perceive the company from the social impact and social responsibility point of view. So we have quite a significant body of evidence now that millennials, but also the Generation Z that is coming right after them, are really seriously concerned about these issues. They have high degree of empathy, and they want to work in companies and for companies that have certain values and respect values that correspond to their values. As for your question, there's a number of examples. You have a company like Victoria's Secret that basically failed and flopped because they were unable to adapt and change to the modern world, really. You have a company like Under Armour. They have been significantly exposed for their incredibly sexist corporate culture, and they've seen a massive drop in sales. But then you have companies like BP that after they had a horrible environmental crisis, invested quite a lot in their environmental policies. So it doesn't have to be a break for a company, but I think that from what we see now, this sort of exposure, name and shame campaigns, basically people will stop buying the products or using the services. And that is, I think, probably the most powerful way of showing a company that what they're doing is wrong.
Thank you, Natasha. Maybe we can use the opportunity to have also on the same question, Austrian perspective or also Slovenian perspective.
For the customers, what is not mainly only common as a big shared economy is a business to business, for example. And there I don't see the same tendency, because business to business means you want to have the best deal. This could be money-wise, this could be quality-wise, very hardly sustainability-wise. So I can hardly remember any name and shame in business to business, at least not that we would know. Yeah. So it would probably need, or same for community to business, business to community, for example. So it would be interesting to say what are the levels here, because on the customer base, definitely true, but this is only a part of the. I couldn't even say how big the part is, but this is just one part of the story. So I'm not sure what measures could be taken to say that the whole economy could be shifted to a name and shame. I'm not sure if name and shame is the right thing. We have in Austria, though, the big problem that mainly it's PR. Yeah, we have a post-corporate delivery corporate says 100% emission-free, and everyone is laughing about it because it's not true. And this is our problem, that the credibility is taken away on a big scale. So I'm going along 100% with you. Credible and real CSR is perfect, but it's not very often happening.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, that the whole market is getting a wrong perception about what it should be. So I can't give you the real answer. I just see customer-based, fine, the rest I'm not sure yet.
We have just 45 minutes, so we have another 3 minutes, so we have to hurry up. So just briefly, in 2 sentences, what's Slovenian perspective on millennials and the question that we heard from the audience? Briefly. So I don't think that she, okay, then maybe I have a new question on the slide, so if you can answer that. Before we end, maybe for the closing, what would be 1 to 2 sentences that you would like to leave our audience with? Mirjana.
Well, what I said earlier, I think it's important to consider and to rethink your business models, or if you're about to create a new one, to base it on social, or I would say sustainability values. Because when you do that, then you will be social entrepreneur, and the whole program will not be administrative. It will make sense, and it does pay off. It does pay off because we see that the standards and the legislation and the customers' opinions are really growing towards sustainability. So very soon it's going to be a must-have. And just for one short example, Sweden as a country does not support their businesses unless they are sustainable, because Sweden thinks that in 10 years a business which is not based on sustainability values will not exist.
Yeah, won't survive. Yeah, Natasha, 1 or 2 sentences.
Yeah, very. I mean, our audience is entrepreneurs. From experience, doing good feels good. So the more you incorporate the sort of the good practices, you will see the benefits of it. But you will also feel good about what you're doing as well. And ultimately, that's what it's all about anyway, is how good you feel.
Thank you. Rudy.
Do good things and tell people about it is a perfect business approach.
Thank you. Tina.
Rudy was very fast.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to tell you that you should be brave when starting entrepreneurial. Be brave, be authentic. Don't be afraid to use your social values. Don't be bothered too much with the models. Everything would fit in its place if you're true to your values. So just go on.
Thank you. Branka.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Oh, I would say a lot of people are giving away today that a successful business requires passion. This is supported to be a recipe for success. I would only partly agree to this. You have to ask yourself what you want to do in your life, what you love, really love to do, and then you have to work hard on knowledge and experience in this area. And don't forget, the entrepreneurship is not a profession, it's a way of life. That's what is for me very important. And first of all, you have to believe in yourself.
Thank you. Can we have extension for another couple of minutes? Because to my surprise, we have 5 questions from the audience. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So basically, to Rudy, when did you enjoy your life more, being an entrepreneur or on your current job?
I have the luxury to accompany all the social entrepreneurs right now, so I have the luxury to have I'm confronted with solutions every day of my life. So rather now, but no, both things are very essential. And as I say, this should normally be your pension job. Yeah, this is not something you start and you end sometime unless you have good reasons. I had very good reasons. It's called Rosie and Bruno, the two kids of mine. But
yeah, we saw children as one of the most important.
So the only thing maybe behind this question, one sentence. As long as you like to do it, do it. If you see different things to change your life, do it as well. Yeah, don't get a burnout from becoming a social entrepreneur, which is happening as well, by the way.
Yeah,
so don't do that.
I can imagine. Ms. Aralica, do you find more support for your incubator from the local or national perspective?
Well, it depends. For example, I'm very happy that in this year, it is our first year which we are independent from the job what we receive from municipality. We were very successful in a global level. So, Javna Agencija Spirit, we were successful in this tender last year, and we are supported from both sides. For example, our municipality is the owner of the buildings, which we rent for our entrepreneurs. And on the other hand, we have to be successful to become money from government. That's I would say, the recipe for the success.
Okay, thank you. And we have another 3 questions that are not addressed to someone specific. So I'll pick who is the most, who has the most expertise, according to my opinion, to answer that question. So, Tina, I think that your bank is maybe the most recognizable among all financial institutions regarding your media coverage and how you are communicating what you are doing. So basically, maybe this is a question for you. What are your suggestions on how to make social impact via social media and via internet in general? How to sell or present our idea and our business solutions? And you said that you also helping to enterprises that you are supporting through storytelling, etc. I presume that is over social media.
Yes, exactly. Yes, well, you all know about our campaign, Believe in Yourself, which was actually started 2 years ago and went great with our social banking topics. Well, there's a lot of discussion regarding how one should market itself and position. When we discuss it with entrepreneurs, it depends actually how does marketing fit in their business model and what is actually the meaning, how the aims, what you need to achieve with it. I'll give you one example. There is one company on the Croatian market, it's called Biljko Borci. They actually they sell small seeds, let's say, of parsley or seeds or basilico, chili, and or they make different bombs of natural grown flowers which you can throw out of your window, and then they will plant in the field and be flowers for bees and other wildlife that actually need it. So basically, we saw during the COVID crisis that as they were registered as an agricultural sales, they were able to work all the way through. And through the marketing and very special story around their product, they managed to have targeted a very specific market. So basically, what has happened, they work intensely and their business grew during the COVID crisis, because they're very good financially placed as a price. Their marketing is excellent. basically they sell seeds like every other agriculture, but with the whole story about what you're actually doing and what's the social impact of that, they put themselves on the very high level on that scale. They managed to get the, let's call this would be a market of the small gifts, something like that. And they managed with their marketing to come to a completely new branding and new position for themselves. So it's always the key. Market is in the service of your business model, in your service of communication with other clients.
But there should be genuine story behind, right? There should be genuine story behind. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. Since I know Mirjana longest, I have the hardest question for you. So, regarding Croatia's notorious overregulation, what are the opinions on eventual tax or other benefits for social impact entrepreneurs?
In terms of
Tax and.
You mean sort of subsidies?
Yeah.
Tax reduction
Yeah.
for social. Is the question, is it realistic? Because it's not realistic.
It's from the audience. It's from the audience. So, yeah, yeah.
I think our government is very traditional and doesn't see the power that tax policy can have on changing business orientation and changing the whole society towards sustainability. They don't use taxes for this purpose. They never did. We had an environmental law, I think 15 years ago, there was a version of the law which actually allowed government to give subsidies on environmental products and on the technology that saves the environment. In the next version of the law, and we had I think 10 from then until now, they erased this possibility because government does not want to give away the opportunity to charge you for your work. So I don't think it's realistic to expect that social entrepreneurship would be valued by government through
in that sense.
Tax subsidies. Yes.
Yeah, of course. We are already 10 minutes behind, so I'm unfortunately, yeah.
Ask back in Austria because they have started it, and we thought the same thing, but it's happening now. Right. So there is. It's not about just fostering social entrepreneurs, but topics which are covered by social entrepreneurs. Then.
So basically, where there is a reason, there is a hope.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry for the last question because we are already 10 minutes behind. I'm sorry to Damir. But I would suggest to ask that question to Natasha and Renata. Maybe they will answer to you. I don't know who's Damir, but yeah, that's you. Okay. So yeah, Damir. Thank you also for the question. So basically, just short comment on what you score regarding the first question about after you heard lectures today, would you find social impact as something important for your organizations? Average score is 4.8. That means that you find it very important. Is social impact part of your vision of the organizations you work in? 100% said yes. That tells a bit about our audience. And regarding, do you feel like you learned something valuable today? 100% said yes. That's great. Yeah. Thank you all. And thank you also for the audience for the questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, our dear guest and the moderator.
And thank both Branka and Tina. Sorry.
Yeah. Branka and Tina, and me.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, now short 10 minutes break. 10 minutes, but really 10 minutes, and then we'll be back for the workshop. So please, all the people from young companies, from startups, here in the first row, because we made it especially for you. Yeah. I'm going to die under this mask. Please, the first row.
Nek uzme set. Evo. Hvala.
So are there some materials for all the members of workshops? So welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to start with workshops. I hope you had enough of coffee and refreshment. And I'm inviting all of you, all the audience from the back, to come in front to hear better. Are there any people from startups here? Who is from startups? Okay, everybody's here from startups. Great, great. Here are also some older colleagues that will share their experiences and know-how. And I hope you all be having a good time. So see you afterwards for the fuck up. So don't fuck up now.
We have some extra copies if you spectators want to follow. Ida, sorry, can you give the copies also to them? Maybe they will then join.
Should we speak on the microphone or?
No, they just place microphones here, they will catch our voice. So welcome to the Social Impact Measurement Workshop. And this workshop will be interactive one, and it is as a follow-up to my lecture from the beginning of the conference, where I tried really to give you an insight about the impact movement in the world and of necessity of the impact measurement. And then we heard that there are many methods that many groups are trying to measure, from the big companies globally, but what we will see here is how an entrepreneur, a startup, a scaling company can from the beginning think of the business and embedment of impact in it. Here are 3 examples. You will get all the presentations from Romana, and these are the 3 last slides, but these are the working slides for this workshop. So these 3 slides show 3 companies that we have been going the due diligence on. We meaning the Feels Good Social Impact Venture Fund. So we have started to screen companies in Croatia and Slovenia, and we will invest in them any time now that we start doing it. But in addition to all of other questions that are subject to the normal due diligence, financial, team, market, whatever, our specialty is that we are an impact fund and that we require, on top of the return and profit, we require the impact. And this means that if you come to us to seek an investment, you need to show us, actually you don't need to have it ready, but you need to be ready to work together with us and our impact advisors panel. We have the impact advisor panel. One of the members was here. It is Mislav Ante Omazic, who was moderating this panel, the professor from the University of Zagreb, and 3 more academics with Mislav, who then sit with our candidate. Once we consider you seriously, we think you're a good potential to be the recipient of the investment. Then we use another important step with us, which you don't have with the traditional venture risk capital funds, is that you need to come up with your social impact indicators and the way of how you are going to measure them, actually how we together we are going to measure them. Here are the 3 examples. These are the 3 companies from which we have I have received actually the consent that I can show it to you. The names are not here, but I will just in short explain what they are doing. The first company is the company that deals with science communication and science popularization. Actually, it is very much in education, in the SDG 4, SDG meaning Sustainable Development Goal 4, education is their main one. What are they doing? They have 2 lines of products. One line are the interactive exhibits for the science park, for parks, science museums, yards in the schools. So it means that it's not only like one of the objects in a regular amusement park, but it is interactive, and by use, whether by its resemblance, whether it looks like a DNA, for example, or you can connect it to some physics or chemistry or robotics or whatever. Once you play with this on the playground or in a park, you also learn, whether you do it by the QR code and whether it's some Tesla thing or whatever. So there are different objects. This is one product line they have, and then this product line, they're big and creative, and they are very imaginative in terms of the design. So art is very much incorporated in it, and they are beautiful. And the second line of the project is of the products is that these big objects from the parks become the main actors of the digital educational games. So the full line is is about the gaming, storytelling, but it's storytelling about science communication. So if we have the one of them becomes alive, and in that the game lasts like 10 minutes. It's educational, and while the kids play, they learn, whether it's whatever, whether it's history, whether it's math, whether it's physics, depending on the topic. So this company has been developing it for 5 years already, and they are now ready to scale and start. And what is their impact here? They were actually incubated through the science communication events that have been organized in Croatia for the 10 years already. They are called science picnics, and these are the events where you teach science in a funny way. And the founders of the company are these science popularizers who are actually always inventing products, things, and ways how to teach, how to actually remove the fear from these natural sciences and math at children while they are still young enough to get in love with mathematics and not in hate with it, because you need to catch them at that early formative years, so that they then go into the engineering and so on. So this is the description about the project. And the first thing that we do, all of the lecturers had said so, and these SDGs are very valuable and helpful tool. We identify which development goal the business fits in. This one fits the primary. Always any of your businesses, you will find few goals. You have your main one, but you also always have 2 to 3. Here is the primary goal, education, and then this is how the creative process is going, and we were thinking about the indicators. So I will read them out. So what the first social impact indicator for this business, because this is the Croatian startup, is the creation of new quality jobs for young scientists and science communicators, because we have a problem of a brain drain as a social problem in Croatia, and also alike countries of the New Europe. So we have great kids who perform very well, but the better they are, the sooner they are
actually stolen by more developed countries from the EU, and especially this science communicator job, and once they have skill for it, this is not an organized profession in Croatia, not in many other countries, but it is very much in the UK, in Switzerland, in Germany, and once they are trained and once they see they have no future here, they go. So if if this company grows, these are the brains they will need to develop the products and always to update them, and the measurement of the success of this company one day would be the increase of number of young scientists, doctoral students, and postdocs who stay or stay engaged with Croatia and Slovenia. Slovenia is here because the fund is for these two countries, instead of leaving. The impact you measure, you cannot measure it from today to tomorrow. So our fund invests in a company with the aim to exit with a surplus of money after 5 to 7 years. But in 5 years you can have this measurement. So then you measure as they grow and as they sell the things, as they produce new games, as they open the markets and scale globally. They will employ more and more of these guys to develop the products. And this you can then at the end of each year you measure that, and you do the comparative analysis broken down by gender, by socioeconomic status, region over time. So this is one example. These are the simple examples. Once this impact measurement becomes normal, and it will become very soon, we have concluded today, then of course it will be upgraded. We will give the values, we will give the monetary value to every guy. For the moment, in a situation here, we are just requiring that we count the number of situations that occurred. Then the second indicator for this company, again, creation of new jobs in the craft industry, one of the industries hit harder by technological change. Craft industry meaning obrti in Croatia, because these are every exhibit for the park is a crazy creation in terms of shapes, and it needs to be done. You cannot order it ready-made from China. It's a creation of someone's vision, and it's all handmade, and the makers' movement is very much involved in it. So somebody will need to do it, and this is another indicator. And if this company keeps working, this is an indicator. And then the measurement. Again, increase in number of craftsmen engaged in the production process. Again, how many in Istria, how many on the islands, how many in Zagorje, and how many in Zagreb. Acceleration of potential new startup companies derives from the creative process of product development. I don't need to elaborate on that one. So some of these guys will start their own companies, and we will have like this goal on entrepreneurship. A measurement for that is increase in number of new startup companies as a key site of economic and social values. And another social indicator is increased teenagers' interest in STEM and natural sciences at the university. This you can measure by the number of proportion at university applications in STEM, so that we will measure how many of kids applied for the chemistry, to study chemistry instead of economics or whatever else. Yeah? So this is for this company. Let's go to the next. This is the next company is a civil engineering company. They produce elevators, lifts. and escalators. This is a company that has been active in Croatia for 10 years already. And once they were a decent company doing the lifts for the new buildings, the elevators. But then when the big players came with the custom and tailor-made products from the global markets, they lost a lot of market. And then they specialized in specialized tailor-made elevators for buildings where this standardized by the big global ones cannot fit. Read it for the old buildings. So in Croatia only there are 8,000 buildings, 4 to 5 floors, all built at the end of 60s and 70s, in Slovenia also, and 60s and 70s, and these are the buildings in which young families of the boomer generation, they were given the flats there in the Yugoslavia. And now these people are 70 plus, and they are stuck at the 4th floor in Zaporozhye or wherever, and they cannot have a quality of life because they cannot climb these 5 floors. Not only them, also there are young families with babies sometimes stuck, and these are the targets. So they are their primary social development goal is inclusive settlement, societies and infrastructure, and in this case we have this clear intergenerational solidarity agenda. And one would say, how can a construction company make a social impact? This is an example how it can. And this example was the mostly understood one by the bankers, by the investors, and by all of them. Because when you talk and you try to sell the science, communication, education, this is what they don't understand. But they can, when they see the elevator, building, 4th floor, okay, that's a product.
No one wants to climb that.
Yeah.
It's funny because
It's also a nice spin.
Yeah. Huh?
It's also a nice spin. It's like a classical business, you know.
Yeah, it's a classical
They found
business.
a way to.
They found, so this is a nice example that the most simplest and the stupidest business you can find if you want, and if you push for it, and then you measure, and this is it. So their social impact indicators enable immobilized beneficiary groups, primary elderly, disabled person and parents with babies to connect with their communities. As simple as that. How do we measure? The number of elevators and lifting platforms we install during some period, the number of immobilized beneficiaries population served, and significant improvement in mobility and quality of life of this target population measured by questionnaires before and after installation of the products, and they've been already doing it, and the people are safe, they're delighted, they adore them. And now the problem here is that this lifts this elevator costs money, and these four floors in one building need to agree jointly to finance it. Now we have this problem after the earthquake in Zagreb with the renovation of buildings. So there is a dedicated money is in the ESF, like European Social Fund, for that, where actually this last government spoiled that and didn't use it, but now it will be reprogrammed. Where half of the price can be financed from there. And why does this company apply to us? Because they need money for the cost of goods sold, and in this way the beneficiary group, the buyers, they will pay half in advance from this social fund. They will use our investment to finance another half, and the group of people who is buying the lift, they will be able to get the credit line for the remaining portion. So the social impact indicator is that it will enable hybrid financing in cooperation with the ESF for social inclusion and mobility, which means these projects, if this company starts doing it on a larger scale, it will also influence the absorption of the EU funds for Croatia. So measurement would be significant DSF funds mobilized to co-fund this and similar ventures through scaling up. Again, creation of number of jobs in disadvantaged communities and for workers who had been made redundant, again Obrti, because when doing a tailor-made elevator, you have a lot of makers' handwork. So you are influencing the employment of and increase in jobs in these industries, but also it's not only Zagreb, it's all the towns in Croatia, but also in Gospić, for example, or any other town. So you get some employment. And again, increase measurement would be here increase of number of craftsmen engaged in the production process by everything. And the third company, they're super. These are the this is the lady who works at the Institute of Public Health, and she's been developing a new medicine for 15 years already. She never wanted to take any investment. Her husband was also the civil engineering businessman, and everything that he has earned, he would be investing in her researches. And they now are in a position that they have this, this medicine that targets Parkinson's disease patients. The medicine is about keeping the needed level of this dopamine in the blood, but at all the time. All the existing medicines on the markets, you take a pill and you are fine, but then it drops again, and you take another one, and so on. And yeah. So they have this, and this is what they did. And in the past 6 years, they've been paying all of the certificates and everything. They even got now the FDA already. So now they are ready to start using it, and we are discussing with them. And they are the typical health SDG, and they want, as they are, if they succeed, they will sell it at the end to one of the big pharmas for billions. But billions are not their target. They wanted to solve that problem, and this is her lifetime job. And that's why they could have already got the venture money in the States anytime. But they didn't want just to sell it for nothing. She wanted to bring it to the end. And their plan is that they would they would do the greenfield factory in Eastern Slavonia. Why in Eastern Slavonia? Because of the subsidies you get. And so the indicator here would be the creation of the jobs there. Measurable impact, increase of number of individuals engaged in the production process, and this is the first. Then the second one is similar to one with the elevators, increased access to subsidies for disadvantaged community members in partnership with local government. So they will also boost the absorption of the fund, but also there will be savings on public expenditures in the health sector due to the increased quality of Parkinson treatment among target population. And what is the last? Improved self-reported health and lifestyle status amongst affected product users. This is related, Amir, to your question recently. How they will measure it? They will ask them to report back via questionnaires before and after usage. So these would be like 3 complete different examples from which you can see how this goes. And it's actually very simple. You just need to go to the creative process and think where you're doing good, and then write it down and count.
Oh my God, after these guys, I feel really bad now.
But they were very traditional. They didn't know they were doing impact until, I mean,
They didn't even know, yeah, but it's a huge problem to solve.
Yes, but once you start, that's it. So and it will just be the simple counting at the moment. But then you can always use later when we really see how this Parkinson medicine is working after a year, 2 or 3. Then on the way we will be collecting the data, the info, and we will see how much is this how much does it cost, and then you multiply it and you get a positive or negative social impact, like in these examples from the presentation, at a big scale. But in order that you can start multiplying, you need to first define what and how you will. And this you can do too. So there are 17 SDGs. You can just find yours and try think about it. And this is a cool book for everybody. So if you will ever need it in your life, even if you don't need it for the investor, it's very good for you and for the brand and for the business and for the sales. It's nice to hear. Now, your comment was very relevant. So these are and then this is how impact. When you communicate it clearly and when you know that you're doing it, this is how impact brings you more sales and more volume, and this is true.
Okay, impact can also be not in your core business, but maybe something you do on the side, right?
Of course. For example, we were discussing with Ivan Mrvoš, you know him all, the Pametna klupa. So what is his impact? He's got Pametna klupa, and anybody can put this solar, but what is his impact? His impact is that he has set up this warehouse and this production plant. I mean, it's the size of like this, not bigger. In Solin near Split. If you have ever been in Solin and if you have driven to his plant, you're passing through. You feel like you're in Bangladesh, and he did it there in the middle of that mess. He could go to this beautiful entrepreneurial center of Krapina, Zagorje, Županija, but so he did it there, and he brought to life an entrepreneurship there. And now that he's scaling, the mayors of the neighboring municipalities are all offering him for zero, come to us, build a new plant, because he's got now new plans for the campus, for everything. And now he can choose. And another impact of him is that there is this, in Split University, there is this FSB, Fakultetni, this is their best one. And he actually, he himself and all of the guys were the friends from the university. And these guys and girls didn't end up in Zagreb even, and not in somewhere else, but they stayed split at home in Solin. And it's a prevention of the brain drain. Yes, and they're doing the business, and they're like inventing all this new stuff. And this is STEM, and this is living. This is keeping the gray brain in.
And I would say with Ivan is even more, because he's been bringing technology to public.
Also this.
Because his customers.
Smart cities. He's in this SDG too.
Smart benches. And I know when I go to main train station to Zagreb, it's so funny when you look at the, super smart business guy charging his phone, and a homeless guy
also
charging his phone.
It's accessible, yeah. It's raising the quality of life.
That's right, because the city of Zagreb paid for the bench. It's accessible, it's public, and it's so impactful when you see both of those people sitting on the same bench. In real life, you could never meet them anywhere or else. Doing the same thing, using the technology, recharging the technology.
And this is the SDG 11, inclusive settlements and cities. Plus smart cities, he's got 5 of them. So this is how it works, and this is how we do. This is our system of the criteria and management. Now, if anybody wants to participate, and if you can think of yours, any ideas, the discussion is open. I have to.
Maybe for the first one,
Uh-huh.
you mentioned this tech company having two language products. I was doing the notes and thinking simultaneously. I was thinking also one of the measurement could be multidisciplinary approach.
Yes.
Because we have this aspect of art.
Mhm.
And it's also the number of maybe of patents registered as a product. As a,
Yes,
as always.
yes, it's always a measure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Number of exhibitions, culture, or other events that are correlated and they are both inclusive in a sense as Nastanin picnic is for the general public and raising awareness generally within the broader public, and maybe number of arts that live sustainably from their art.
Artists.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
the number of artists,
Sorry,
yes.
I wrote down number of artists that live sustainably from their art.
Yes.
That is also achievement.
It is the creative,
Especially
creative
Croatia.
and cultural
Especially
industries.
Yeah,
Yeah,
events
yeah.
managers or whatever, the industry that goes together with, and that goes well with these things, because you have these large objects that are basically in public spaces or.
Yes. They are like statues.
Yeah.
Of different kind, yeah. And they always have, it's not only physicists working on it,
Yeah.
but arm in arm with an artist who's helping him
That's
that
right.
this becomes
And the local
Yeah.
craftsman who is doing that in wood or in plastics or 3D
Yeah.
printing or whatever,
Yes.
using the steel or whatever kind of material.
And this all happens in Croatia.
Great.
Very
So I have to tell you that that we, as we were designing the fund, we were passing the due diligence with our investors, and European Investment Fund is our biggest investor, and they were pushing us that we show them that Croatia and Slovenia have capacity to absorb these investments, and that there are entrepreneurs and the businesses doing it. And we were like discussing like this with some 70 companies, and whether they're startups, scale-ups, not necessarily startups, not necessarily kids with ideas at the beginning, but mature people who were in the multinationals and who actually in their 40s wanted to do some improvement in their business and use all the knowledge and networks. So we talked to 70 of them. 50 of them voluntarily opened their books to us and showed us everything. I mean, they didn't ask us to sign NDA because people, you know, were happy that.
You have a
Yeah.
great name, come on.
Yeah. And with 20 of them we have presented to Luxembourg like this. So we have done the thorough indicators and measurement methods. And once we did it, then this was one check.
Last profession?
Yeah.
We have the topic that many pre-incubators, I would say, or actually pre-startups. If they think about social impact, they will forget about the financial part. Because if you want to save the world, there must not be any money involved. Doesn't work, definitely. But what would be interesting to know from your side, I'm sure you have a clear line of growth expectations that you say, if I want investors money, for example, from this
Yeah.
fund. Due diligence is the one thing, but what signal would you send out to say, well, all three of those examples are very good business as usual as well?
All of them have to be good businesses.
Exactly.
We are a venture fund.
At what stage would you start to say, would you start from the idea or proof of concept?
No, we go through all stages. So we do the startups and we do the seed. Just that the size of our fund is like that, and actually our capacity is not that we can serve thousands of startups, 100 each. We prefer 21 million each.
Exactly.
And you cannot go with, I mean, somebody who's at the very, very beginning with the idea is not able to absorb that investment. So.
But do you expect to say a lot of potential startups?
A lot, yes, we hear everybody.
Yeah, exactly, but the experience very often is that the expectations you have are not met by the startups, what they think about growth level and so on, that they say, oh, we didn't think to grow that big, for example.
Yeah, there are different situations. Yes.
If this happens a lot, say...
No, it doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah.
Those who come to us, they want to grow.
Okay.
They are confident that they just need this. If only they had this money, they would conquer the world. And yeah.
But even growth is a topic. Could be nationwide,
Yes.
could be Europe.
The strategy of our fund is that it is an impact fund for Croatia and Slovenia, and we have to, our mandate is that the company needs to be incorporated in Croatia and Slovenia. 75% of our investments will go in Croatia and Slovenia, and 25% can go in other EU, but we cannot go out of the EU. And when we were then presenting the case in our due diligence, we had a very great lady who had an educational app. She's from Croatia, eligible, and she was very good, but all of her downloads were in the States. And we were happy, and we were showing off, look, you see how we have, she already has 100,000 track record and downloads in the States, but she wouldn't qualify because our strategy and mandate is that impact should be made here. Because impact money by the EU is also political money, and it is like bringing EU up with the States, you know? So, of course, you're allowed to scale in the States, but they want you to scale from here through EU and then go. This is how our strategy works.
Is the elevators/escalators company, they're focused on Croatia only, or
They're focused
Slovenia,
on Croatia and Slovenia. Yeah. They are geographically limited. They will not do it in Spain because it has yes, maybe. But here, yes. It's already a lot. The need is, the demand is huge, and there is nobody to do it. And nobody wants to do it because all of these craftsmen, they went to Germany. They don't have.
We don't have it anymore.
Yeah, once we start, if they finally gets an investment, they will first need to put the team together to bring back the engineers and pay them to come back home, which they will do. But until they cannot themselves doing elevator by elevator from their own cash flow, they can never produce enough to pay all of the people and to start that wheel. This is their like.
But where is the company? Elevator. Where is the company? Which in Croatia? Where is the company?
I cannot disclose that.
No. Okay.
So I have a question regarding the scale. I think this is in line with the question here. So do you try to measure some kind of greater impact, not only in Croatia and Slovenia, but in EU or global? Meaning maybe on this escalator company, okay, they are physically limited and they can produce so many escalators here. But do you try to talk to them about the business model? Maybe they can, you know, license their architect designs or try to find partners in Spain or whatever country.
Of course, this is scaling, yeah.
And you also measure that because
not in the social impact measurements and criteria. Impact measurements are the same in Spain and in Croatia, and in this becomes this is the subject to the financial evaluation and the business plan.
Yeah, but you're also helping people in Spain.
Yes, but wherever you do it, regardless,
it comes.
It comes.
Yeah. No.
But you also have this price of property going up, quality of life in the neighborhood. The whole neighborhood basically gets lifted the moment you have that set.
Yes.
That's also, maybe it's not measurable in a social sense, but definitely something that has economical.
It has something with feeling good.
Definitely, for everybody included, for the whole neighborhood.
So, will you be able now to do the indicators for you and just start thinking about them?
Absolutely, but little bit disappointing for me
is that we can say that practically every company has the socially impact. If you if you make a chair, you can find them
But this is what we want them to do. We want them to do good with this chair. What did you think you have the exclusivity on social impact because you are doing the stuttering device? Come on.
No, but
social impact is not only vulnerable and people.
Yes,
there are 17 goals.
Maybe we should a group with for business with social impact and the others who use it for,
yeah.
I don't know.
Damir, outcome is important, not the target person you are helping. So if you, and this is the main misunderstanding, and this is what we need to explain to people what is impact. Impact is not, impact investment is not social investments into the disabled, poor, whatever. Impact is bringing the quality of life up. Whether it's the quality of life of a blind person, of a sick child, or of the inhabitant of the most remote island, or someone from Vukovar, it has the same strength. So it's not that when I explain it to them, then they say, aha, you're for social impact, you don't earn money, you just invest in the poor and this is why we do the education, and this is how impact is not that. Impact is solving the problems of people and planet. Not of the invalid people only, or of Albanian people only, or of Eskimos only, or of poor people only. Solving the problem of a rich person is also an impact. If he's got got some disease, he's too fat, he's got big bad life habits, so or whatever. And if you work on, if we had the case in the lecture, if you work on your product and reduce the fat and introduce more whole grain, there was that example, then you influence the quality of life of everybody. You know, impact is not reserved for the vulnerable groups, because it's a philosophical question, who is the vulnerable group? Is blind person more vulnerable than someone else who is maybe physically okay, but has severe handicaps that are not seen by eye or heard, or I'm sorry, it's a philosophical now discussion, but this is but
is there any business that does not care socially?
To alcohol, tobacco, gaming, weapon, these social, these bad things that were generally socially agreed that they're bad. Maybe in 50 years alcohol will not be bad anymore. So, but at the moment, this is the social agreement that these are the topics.
pornography and all. Yeah.
Where's that line?
Huh?
I mean, in Austria, they say you a hooker if you're disabled. So.
You see?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Already now. Rudy, do you have the number, Rudy?
I know, because my cousin was taking care of a disabled person.
Okay.
Once, I think that once a month.
Wow, who knows Austria?
So
Yeah.
it's a thin line.
But did you see that film, Untouchable, or French film, the same thing? And it was a nice impact. Yeah.
May I dare to close the session?
Okay.
With a question.
What? You have a question, Roman?
Yes.
Yes.
I have the question for those startups that are here today with us. We know that some of them are already pursuing social impact, but those ones who didn't, do they have some? Did they got some idea or some? Do they have some reflection how to start to do it perhaps, or where could be elements that they are also making social impact? Did they get some clue here or some motivation?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I was already thinking before that when we have profit, hopefully we will get there, we will separate apart to first start building up libraries in our hometowns for all us where we're from, and then probably and hopefully continue with that, because I think that's an important thing, and my colleagues agree with me. And another thing that now kind of came to my mind, that everybody can have a social impact, and Farseer is a platform for financial planning and analytics, and its target audience are managers, so it's hard to be all goody two-shoes if you're helping the managers of this world. But there is a big issue of transparency in budgets of municipalities and cities. So I think we can start thinking about a little project on the side to offer for free Farseer to those institutions, and it will probably not pass. It will probably not pass. But if two people will, accept it, maybe that will be already.
There is already, there are.
I saw, yeah. I saw.
Oracle is doing that, and they have to pay for it. Otherwise, they won't appreciate it, and they won't.
That is
liable.
possible, yeah.
No, that is.
They are paying work from, right?
Yeah, but you will be impactful even if they pay for it. The point is that they pay. You don't, impact is not charity. No freebies.
I like that better.
No freebies.
Sustainable business.
Sustainable.
I like that better.
Charity.
Yeah, not charity.
Impact doesn't neglect profit.
Yeah.
Impact wants profit also.
Pay up.
You can use the profit, the extra profit as a shareholder and give it to charity.
If you want.
Do the libraries.
But you better invest it in your business and you do more profit than just give one way to charity. Solve the problem of the.
I think as long as your core business, if it's a negative core business, it's not nice to subsidize good things with that.
Yes,
profit
yeah.
there. If you have a neutral core business, it's very enough to do it.
And I think Robert has also.
Yeah, thank you. I just really wanted to comment briefly. Yeah, it's a bit of an eye-opener since we give people their digital identities, and we didn't think as much. I mean, you can feel that there is a social component there for sure, but it's kind of hard to pinpoint it. Now, after this workshop, it's a bit more clearer because as you can see, there is a lot of interest in the society to help disabled people to, for example, get easier access to buildings, physically access to services. And with our platform, with Identity, you basically skip all of that together because they don't need to go anywhere since they can do all the paperwork with their smartphones. So we just skip over the physical presence required.
And make their life
easier,
make it
and you influence the public savings on building the
Exactly.
platform from them accesses and all of this,
Exactly.
which they need to do still. All.
And I want to bring in here, it makes sense to think about the bad weight as well. You know what I mean? That means if we don't do our service, would it have happened anyway? Yeah? Because sometimes we think we have the solution, but actually it's happening anyway by time. Yeah? So what is the unique feature that brings your impact, for example?
Catalyst or process that already works before, or it
But it
happen without
could be, for example, that you have a great solution which makes life of elderly people easier, whatever it is. But maybe the state has the same thing running in 5 years on a big scale anyway, if you know it already. This would be
that's a very good.
Or do you contribute? Actually, do you push them to do it quicker?
Exactly. That's a very good point. If we don't push them to do it quicker, we step over them and do it better. So,
okay, that's all.
No, serious.
Better
State is shit in this area. It's like it's not.
What?
There is no existence. There is no state.
PK, please.
Listen, it's not a Croatian story. It's a European. It's a global story. I mean, people here are so excited and feel so. That's for example, the Baltic countries and Estonia is so great. It's not. I mean, they have digitalized a large portion of their society, but there is still so much that they didn't do. Austria is like no much better than Croatia, for example. We think that Austria is great. It's not. It's no more digitalized than Croatia. So there is a lot of space. A lot of space.
For impact.
Yeah.
Romana, daj knjige.
The good thing is the scale is so low that there's so much. So there you go.
Much room for progress. So thank you very much for this progress. We have to wrap up. It was really interesting. We're still struggling with these definitions. Yeah.
I need something.
Social impact or charity, and we need much more conferences about that. So we'll be sitting here next year for sure. And now we have some surprise.
No, we need to post for a picture.
Yeah. We need to have a picture.
Because we need to provide the organization with a picture, and Romana has a gift.
I would just like that we close the streaming session at the moment.
Yeah, zatvorite ovo snimanje, dosta nam je bilo da